daring.
Chitsky and I were talking about say that I don't know.
How bold.
Chitsky and we were talking about like beliefs and agnosticism, right? Because Chitsky and I agnosticism, right? Because to all unknowable. And I said any like opinion or like idea that I have about them is purely emotional, and I like absolutely will acknowledge and like like I know that, right? And then I don't know, you were asleep. You were there, but you were asleep. We were talking, and I said I think Thrayle is like the opposite of me in that way, and like he is very agnostic about most things. But if he has an opinion or belief, it's more based in like. I said I think Thrayle is like the if he has an opinion or belief rather than emotion. I'm not purporting to be correct. I just like it was an observation I was making based on like
I think so.
I know that.
Correct.
I'm not like.
I think you're correct.
Yeah, I just thought it was, and there was a different point observation I made as I was saying it, and I thought it was really interesting that like we both have this like extreme agnosticism to most things, but if you do have an opinion or an idea about something, it's rooted in like evidentiary things where mine are completely emotional.
Yeah, no, that's probably a fair assessment.
I thought it was two very different it it comes back to this same place of like extreme agnosticism, but then like the way we go about this agnosticism is completely different, and I thought that was very interesting.
It is interesting. I think you're right. I think it is interesting. I think you're right. I think most of something that's evidentiary, it's something that I've seen reason, and it's still something that I'd usually question, especially if I catch myself stating it with any certainty.
Like take a step back, and reassess that like emotional like idea or belief, if you want to call it like whatever that is. But yeah, it just like made as I was talking about like the way two very different minds approach the same thing in very different ways.
And still end up at a similar conclusion.
Like when we're talking about these things, it's almost frustrating to me, like because I'm like, yeah, okay, whatever, that is a good point, Thrayle, but emotionally, I want this, and you don't know, and I don't know, so I'm just stick with it, which is completely ridiculous, but.
I just looked and saw a comment out of context. I have no idea what's going on in the comments now.
Oh no.
But if anybody watching does have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're open to having your beliefs questioned, well, go ahead and request on up. I'm not looking for a debate or an argument. I'm not looking to shout you down or make you look like a fool, although you may do that on your own. I just want to know if you can question your beliefs. Well, then, what are they? And why do you believe them? Yeah.
I don't.
Yeah,
I've been trying to
absent
figure out what's
context.
going on in the comments, and I can't. Like I did a lot of scrolling up and looking around, and I have no idea what's going on. What are you people doing?
I haven't seen an AI summary all night, so um,
No more Winnie the Pooh discussion. Can't. Like people doing
I haven't.
more Winnie the Pooh discussions.
No more Winnie the Pooh, apparently.
People doing more Winnie the Pooh discussion.
But we're still very early in. I know I started late, but we're only uh, almost 4 hours.
Something like that.
Mm. We've only had a handful of conversations, most of them good.
We have had some very good ones. I liked Kathy.
The YouTubes have been going down like every 5 minutes. I
I
like.
know I've noticed that
Mhm.
because I get the notifications every time. I was questioning, not the last guest, but the one before that, and you were very quiet as I was asking him questions, and I had like looked at my phone and I realized it's because I had gotten 4 notifications that the YouTube was streaming.
Yeah, we're up to the we're up to the fourth one, and it looks like it's struggling again. But no matter, we'll just have to upload the TikTok live later. And if anybody watching
Has a belief. Or
or a higher
mermaids.
power,
Winnie the Pooh.
Winnie the Pooh. I need to bring this closer.
I do like this.
The eyes are red, they're supposed to be green. That's okay. Maybe it makes sense when we're at a what the fuck.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, what the fuck are you talking about?
No gods, no goddesses, no yetis, no mermaids, no Winnie the Pooh.
No, Winnie the Pooh. We could.
Woman, no goddesses.
No, Winnie the Pooh. We could talk
Or
about Winnie the Pooh.
or Tigger too.
My first cat I ever had as an adult was named Tigger. Like the first cat that was ever like mine, you know? His name was Tigger. My first cat I ever had as an adult was named Tigger. Like the first cat that was ever like mine.
Hmm. We have 70 people watching and not a believer amongst them. And we have 70 people watching, and we could tap the screen or even just copy that link a few times. Um,
iconic, like as an icon in Winnie the Pooh. W. Winnie the Pooh.
Silly old bear. I'm gonna get that song stuck in my head. Oh, now there's like two of them. Because House on Pooh Corner. Do you remember that song?
Mhm.
Oh, now there's like.
Mhm. Here's something fun.
Because House on Pooh Corner.
They had, and okay, let me just tell you.
Um,
Can you imagine what a Russian Winnie the Pooh is like?
I, I have ideas. Probably a little less gentle.
A little, it's honestly terrifying. It's like, okay, I'll try. Okay, so my friend Jim, um, he grew up in Siberia and he grew up like watching Russian Winnie the Pooh, and he sent it to me one time, and I was like, this is horrifying. Why would you show this to children? I don't even know what they're saying because there's no translation, but this is horrifying.
I would I would definitely want to see. We'll have to.
I'll try to
This
find
is a
it.
Discord discussion, definitely. This is what happens when nobody believes in anything. We have no one to question but each other. Oh, and as soon as we did have a request, they disappeared. I'm sure it was an accident from all the tapping. Appreciate everybody tapping the screen and sharing the live out. Did have a request. Appreciate everybody tapping. Probably we could anger. Well, I don't know. It's not a Chinese app anymore, is it? We'll still not make the connection. Hello, Catfather. Good to see you. And also welcome in anybody else who's just joining us. We are up here just questioning beliefs. That is what we were doing, right, Cat? Questioning beliefs. That's all we were doing. And if you do believe in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're open to questioning your beliefs, we'll go ahead and request on up. I'm not looking to have a debate or an argument. I just want to know if you can question. Well, then what is it you believe? And why do you believe it? And maybe we can get to the question of what is the benefit of your belief? And what is the cost? Possible to turn the taps and likes into heat energy on the other side. Well, if that were true, I'd be a lot warmer in the winter. Right now, it's actually a pleasant night, but we get a little further in the year, it's gonna get cold. Just as soon as we have a request, they disappear. Fly Tower asks, why does the belief have to be about a god? It doesn't. That's just the first question I ask, and usually the kind of conversation I'd like to have. Is the belief in anything like a god? Is it afterlife? Interesting properties of the 3-eye atlas. I don't know enough about it to comment. That's what I think. Hello, Neon. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Right?
Hey, can you hear me talking right now?
Just now.
I need your age.
Yeah, I guess some there's autism just woke me up.
Okay, well, when you're awake and you are more coherent to have a conversation and you can actually hear me talking, well, then you can come up and then answer the first question or anything like that. Wow. Go ahead and request up. Anything like it. But if anybody watching does anything like that, anything like it, Philip says they may be too old for the group. 45, you're barely 2 years older than me then. Too old for the group. And all your ancient wisdom is your belief unquestionable. Never too old, that's right, Kat. I'm a father time and a probability wizard. Wouldn't that make my clock tick a little differently? I guess. I didn't want to do this every night, but I suppose I could. I could choose poetry. It seems a little early for that.
superhero is like,
Okay, so if you don't know about them, they're not a superhero because you don't know about them, but they are a what?
they're what's the word? You know what the word is?
An X-Men? Like
No, it's vigil.
a vigilante?
Yeah, vigilante. That's what it is. And then you just never know because
Vigilante? So no, but how would you know?
exactly. Then they're not a superhero. That's the whole like point of like the superhero. They all are defined. There's not like, oh, did you hear about the superhero that came through? We don't have a name for him yet, but he is. We don't have a name for him, but yeah, I think it was him. There's not like, and then people start.
Interesting. That's a whole new conversation. Um, Intense questioning about superheroes. I hear. Hello, Six. Welcome back. I know you've been up here before, but can you remind me your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 41.
And do you have a belief in a god or god's higher power or anything like that?
Yeah, I do.
And what is your god?
I'm a Gnostic. I believe in Gnosticism.
Gnosticism.
Yeah.
So, is that the Nag Hammadi? Or is there some other text you follow?
It's not really from text. I learned from mainly from a guy on YouTube who is a college professor who went to Yale. Teaches in some Chinese school. But then I learned other places too. And through conversations and other people's experiences and stuff like that.
So you learned from a guy who teaches at a Chinese school.
Well, yeah. I had
And he
like
went
a
to Yale.
sorry.
You're saying he went to Yale, but he teaches at a different school. And he does YouTube videos about Gnosticism.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's not about Gnosticism directly. It's called predictive history.
Predictive history. What is that?
I think it's called that. He talks about all kinds of things, but there's parts where he gets into like secret societies and what they believe, and Gnosticism was one of many things he taught about. But I found it very interesting. It like spoke to something in me, I feel like.
Is that the depth of your information about Gnosticism? Is a video on YouTube?
That is where the majority of like the thing. But I mean, I've seen other things about it, and I have like read like into like some things, like some gospels, like the Gospel of Thomas. But I'm not the best reader, so I don't read as much as I watch things.
What does Gnosticism mean to you?
It was like, so for me, I had my own like God experience that lasted a while, and but like the question I asked for you to ask that other girl, like they didn't really explain to me like the story, so like I didn't really have a story to go. So but like I did go from where I was, I don't know if there is a God or isn't a God, to now I do know that there's a God. So then I had to like figure out, I just wanted to know the story, and to me that was the way I could make it make sense.
I think there's some kind of hmm. So I'm sorry. What does Gnosticism mean to you?
What do you mean? Like, what is the story? What is it? What do you
What does it
mean?
mean to you to say you are Gnostic?
It just means like I believe in a certain storyline, I guess, I suppose. Is that what you mean?
If I ask uh, a Mormon what it means to them to be Mormon, and say, well, they follow the prophecies or the teachings of the prophet Joseph Smith in the Book of Mormon, and of course follow the King James Bible and Jesus Christ. They might explain a little more about what that means to them. What does it mean to you to be Gnostic?
So for me, like I feel like in that experience, like I dealt with like right Yeshua. So like and then when I went to read the Old Testament, like it grosses me out, and to like then when I learned about Gnosticism, that kind of explains why that character seems sort of evil in a sense.
It explains why. How?
Because like it goes to the demiurge, like he's the Old Testament God is the demiurge to the Gnostics.
What does that mean, demiurge?
So like the big story is like there's like a grand god, like the god of gods, the supreme god, like and then he had like aeons, which was like a pure level of gods, and one of those gods was Sophia, and then Sophia, wanting to be like the monad, the ultimate god, tried to tried to but she tried to do it without coupling, like a virgin birth, and had the demiurge yelled at Baoth, and he was like not good because like she did it outside of the way she was supposed to, and so she hid it away in the Kanoma, which is outside of the spiritual realm, or the Pleroma is what it's called. And then he found himself in this chaotic environment, seemingly all powerful, and then creates the material world.
Mm-hmm. So you're saying that there's a god that's like above all the gods, and then and then there's this other entity, Sophia, and she wants to be like that god, so she births out this evil thing, and it creates everything.
Yes. And then there's like a battle between because like he thinks he's like the god of gods, and he's not. So like Sophia says like no, that you're not, and calls him like Samael or something, which means like god of the blind or something. And then like he either like kidnaps her or she goes willingly, and then he like splits her into Adam, like takes the light from her and puts them into Adam and Eve. So like traps them, and that's who we are, is like all fractals of Sophia.
And what comic book did you read this in?
It's not a comic book.
I kid, but you've never read any texts about this. You just get this from YouTube videos.
So where it
I'm asking if you have read any texts about this.
so I haven't read, but like so what it John
Okay.
John wrote
John who?
from the biblical John.
Which John?
I think it was like one of the
The gospel according to, or the Baptist?
gospel according to that, like the one of the disciples.
I see. So
It was
that
either John
John.
or Peter, but like he said that God came to him after the resurrection and told him about that. And also, like I said, there's
So
it's not.
you're saying, sorry, stop. You're saying John said uh, that someone came and told him the whole Sophia story.
Yeah, the Christ.
Christ told him that.
Yeah.
And why do you believe that Christ existed?
So Christ to me in the story is so like Sophia was allowed to create a new life, but she had to do it with a couple, and she did it outside that couple, and I'm pretty sure that like Christ was her like couple. So like when she got kidnapped by the demiurge, like he came to help her because like he loves her, and so he came as like a help.
I'm sorry. What does this have to do with the question I asked?
What was the question? I'm sorry, I might have switched away.
That's what I thought.
Okay. Can you repeat it for me? No?
No, I probably can't.
Okay. Sorry. I apologize that I didn't answer properly.
Do you have any questions, Kat?
I don't think so. I don't generally.
I had asked why you believe Jesus existed.
Oh, the, the the books and stories about him, and also like I feel like I had a conversation with him.
You feel like you had a conversation with Jesus?
Yes, a couple of them.
And you said you believe he existed because of all the books and stories about him
Yeah,
and a conversation. Can you tell me which books and stories?
like the Bible, the New Testament.
That's one book. Books and stories.
But,
Sure. So, is that all the books and stories, though?
no, there's a bunch of the Romans also kept pretty meticulous records.
Stories, though.
So they were pretty good at that, and they have records of their big of Jesus.
Do they?
So the Romans also.
Can you tell me which records?
No, not specifically.
Is there any chance that the only records, few and far between, are likely? If they were forgeries, what would that say about the existence of this exact character, Jesus?
I'm not sure. It could mean that it's made up, I suppose, but it could also mean that somebody heard of a guy named Jesus and then made stories around that. It could be either way.
Do you have any reason to believe that the Gospels are true?
Other than that conversation, no.
When you say you had a conversation with Jesus, what does that mean?
It means like I feel like there's like a back and forth talk, sort of. And so initially it was done through sacred medicines, if you could read between the lines there. And but it stuck around. Not all the conversations were under that, but theoretically say that I had some sort of residual effect or like anything like that.
Really quick, I'm gonna just talk past you for just a moment. Thank Looney Bats, Z the Witch, Shell, Michael V, Amoria, and Cat the Witch. Appreciate all of you for helping with our previous goal. So you accept that it could have residuals from the sacred medicines, that those could have influenced your supposed conversation with Jesus. So that if you understand that possibility, then why would you assume that it has anything to do with Jesus at all? That those
So,
answers didn't come from your own
so for
mind?
me, like, there was like a 2 month phase where this all happened, and like, I know that this isn't something I could.
Assume that it's
So for
mind.
me, I know that this isn't something I could prove to you since it's only anecdotally, but like, to me, this thing, deity, God, whatever, proved beyond like a reasonable doubt for me of it, that it existed and that it could control basically everything. Reasonable doubt for basically
Prove it to you.
many different ways, through conversations with other people, through things like seemingly predictions, events. Like, I saw some prayers happen, get answered. Like, prayers happen. There was just a lot that happened. I was, I've always been like a pretty scientific person, so like I tried to test it to the best of my ability.
Tried to test it to the best of your ability. Is there any possibility that your testing was not as rigorous as you?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, biases exist, but I mean, like, for me at least, is like I said, like it proved to me, but I can't. Oh, absolutely, at least is like I see anyone else. And theoretically, I guess, like, if I had some kind of brain anomaly, like, that is like a loop, you know what I mean? So like, if it's only in my brain, then there could be.
Of this was it prayer or was it something else? That of the supposed evidence for you.
Prayer was I mean, like, the answering of the prayers happening was one thing. There was countless, like, for it was 2 months, like, there was countless amounts of
2 months of countless things.
yeah, like, just like coincidence after. You could say, like, any one of them could be a coincidence. Like, I could write off any one of them, but like the collection of data was enough for me personally.
When you collected the data, did you log it? Did you keep a journal?
So I did keep some things, but I'm just not good at like stuff like that. So like, I did write some of it down. But it was a lot. I just, my whole worldview kind of got flipped upside down. So trying to take all in,
Have you ever tried to make a list?
like go back and like chronologically. I'm sorry about that. Chronologically,
You
write it all
list the
down.
factors that contribute to your belief.
Not probably good enough. No, I've thought about it.
Is it not possible that if you were to do that, if you were to go through and examine all the factors, all the instances you say are just countless, that you might begin to find reasonable explanations for even a few of them?
Oh, I could probably, like I said, individually, I could probably explain away every single one of them.
I see. And so, is it just because of the sheer volume of things that happen, of explicable events?
Yes.
Number of explicable events happened during a 2-month period. Did they continue happening?
Um, No, not to the same extent. Like I still see things and can attribute to an extent, but like again, that could just be me make believing.
Mm-hmm. And so why then, if you had used assistance to find that frame of mind, why would you assume that this is some outside force, if not, I mean, if it could just be your pattern-seeking brain seeking patterns?
Like there was things. It felt like it was outside. Like the things that were happening, like were outside of me. So like I don't think that I had the power to be able to do a lot of the things that I saw happen.
Why would you think that you did any of the things you say you saw happen?
So I don't think I did do any of the things that
I understand why you would mention having the power, but you don't think that you could have imagined any of the things that you claim to have seen happen, or exaggerated them throughout your sacred medicines?
It's certainly possible. There are certain things that I did get like confirmation from through others, like to make sure like that I wasn't the only one seeing certain things. And then some were definitely like some of the prayers that I had answered right in front of me, like were involving all other people outside of me. So like they definitely seen it.
So you seem like you would pray for something with someone nearby and for them, and then they would see the result.
Yeah, that happened a couple times. Correct.
And I'm sorry, have you? Did this happen every time you prayed, that things would come the way you wanted?
No, not every single time. I didn't pray very often. I mean, not so. I did pray a lot about a different, but
You
like
prayed
certain.
often. Sorry, you didn't pray often in a 2 month period, but you prayed often enough that you prayed in front of people for things for them that they miraculously saw realized.
So, but when I mean like I didn't pray
Do you
often.
hear how each layer kind of builds upon itself exaggeratedly?
Let me rephrase because like when I say that, like so a lot of the prayers like I couldn't verify. They weren't things like like I would pray for someone like right now if I like prayed for you, like I couldn't verify what happened. Like it would like so like but the ones that were answered like instantly, like as soon as I prayed them, like it happened within a couple minutes. Like the those are different, you know what I mean? Like than saying like
How did you verify that it was your prayer that enacted anything?
so I didn't verify it, but it's just it
When
was.
you pray and God makes a thing happen, is that you changing God's will, or
So my understanding is like he's outside of time, so like he kind of like wrote in like so like if as long as it didn't like affect what he his like grand plan, I'm pretty sure that he would like it's like giving him a story like edit.
what does a plan mean outside of time?
I'm not sure.
So what sense does that even make?
I guess it I don't it does it might not. I don't really claim to understand like how God understands things. I just to me
Then why do you assume that he's there with this entire comic book series of mythos based on what could easily be a series of coincidences mixed with a substance journey? Isn't that kind of the nature of those substances?
I suppose.
does it seem more likely that for a short period of time while you were using that um, a god of the universe and all powerful being would intervene on your behalf and yours alone while ignoring millions of prayers around the world?
I don't think he ignores prayers. I think and also being outside of time, I think that he can be in multiple places at one time. So it's not like
But for 2 months, he chose you specifically to target for immediate prayer answering during his plan outside of time.
like, was there what was the question? Was there a question, or just a pointing out? Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know why or why that was or why that happened.
Does it matter to you if this is true or not, Six?
What do you mean by that? Like, objectively true? Like,
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how to like know whether it is or isn't. Like, how would I? So, like, if somehow like I could be proven that that was all like so, like, say I went and got an MRI and they were like, you have a tumor that causes these things, and then would that like change like how I feel? Is that what is that? I'm sorry if I'm like going way off the rail there. So I'm not sure what you mean.
It was a very simple question, Six. I just asked, does it matter if it's true or not?
I guess not. And if that's the simplicity of the question, I guess no, it doesn't matter because it felt true to me. So that's.
So it matters to you.
I don't know how it would be proven to be not true.
Just to clarify, after all of the concessions you made while telling this story about the use of substance and the possibilities of coincidences, you say you don't know how it could not be true that the God of Gnosticism exists. And that all
That
of
story. Oh yeah. So no, that doesn't matter to me. The details of the story, like no, like that to me was a way to rationalize the story that everybody else believes. I suppose. Like
when you prayed to the God, was it that God or was it just a God? Or was it a different version of that God?
I usually pray like Our Father, art in heaven, hallowed be thy
So
name.
just Christian prayer.
Yeah.
And for you, it was miraculously answered in front of your eyes and others.
Yeah. At least 3 times.
At least 3 times.
There's 3 specific times that I can.
3 specific times that you prayed for something miraculous. And
They were miraculous.
the God who answers to our Father responded in front of witnesses.
Yes.
In what way did he respond in any of those instances?
So, the one time, I was volunteering at the mission, and they had a bunch of extra Bibles, and then I seen this thing that said prisoners need Bibles. So then I asked them if they could spare their Bibles for if they and they were agreed. And so then I called the prison, and they set up like they were like, yeah, we'll take donations. And I went back to the mission and went to get the Bibles, but they said they had to be softbacks, and there was only like 6 softback books. So I was like really bent out of shape, but still was trying to like look through the boxes, hoping to find more. And it was like an hour, and I found maybe like two more, so I had like 9 altogether, and it felt like a waste of a trip. So like I prayed, I was like, hey, I don't know what I'm going to do. This isn't really working out over this whole thing. And he was like, this, you won't believe this, bro. He's like, this is like your manna. And like, it was like a whole cart full. And he was like, we just got this in. And it was a whole cart full of, there was probably like 150 to 200, maybe even more. Like I had a whole shopping cart that was, by the time I was done, was overflowing with softback books. And, it was,
It was overflowing.
yeah, overflow, like a whole shopping cart, like overflowing. Like that's how many softback books. Like, and it was all like from one donation that somebody just bought.
And so for you, that's a place where they donate books, a donation of.
It's a city mission. They donate clothes. They donate. It could be a million things. Yeah.
And so because you were there and prayed for Bibles, was it Bibles or was it just books in general?
They were softbacks. It was a very specific type. It had to be softbacks. It couldn't be hardbacks, and they were all, the entire thing was softback.
Are you trying to say paperback?
Yeah, paperback. I'm sorry.
Okay, so or soft cover, yeah. So they had paperback Bibles specifically,
Yes.
and because you prayed for these, and you went to this place to get them, then you find that miraculous.
Yes. But I mean, like, cause like, so.
Did you see God manifest the Bibles?
No.
Somebody delivered them.
Correct.
They delivered them then, or they were there and
Well, they
somebody
dropped them
brought
off.
them out.
They donated them.
They donated them while you were standing there.
I mean, I didn't see them donate. They just wheeled the cart over, and they said that it just came in.
So you see that as though it is a miracle.
Yeah, there for sure. To me, it was. Yeah.
And you don't see any possibility that those were already there, that somebody just remembered that was there and said, hey, I'll bring them to the guy. And I even throw in that they just appeared.
I mean, I guess that is a possible situation, but like,
which one is more likely, that the Almighty God of the universe intervened to give you Bibles for prisoners, or that somebody found a cart full in their donation area?
Either way, I don't think that takes away from, so they, because like I was in the book section, so like if they found them somewhere that was outside of the places where they keep the books. So like either way, it feels, and especially like the timing, that like it was like literally like after an hour of searching, like I was like demoralized, and I made that prayer, and then like it was like literally like 2 minutes. He was like, "You're not gonna believe this."
You had been in there before, right?
Yeah.
And you said that you saw a bunch of Bibles, and then you thought about it when you were at the prisoners need Bibles thing.
Yeah.
Right. Is you leave no possibility that somebody had planned to do the same thing and gathered them all up in one spot, or that somebody even was, I don't even know. I could think of a million different scenarios that seem more likely than an almighty creator intervening to make sure prisoners get Bibles from you.
I mean, I'm not sure. I guess anything's possible, but to me, like, that was a big, strong piece of evidence.
Wouldn't it have made, like, it would have cut out the middleman for the God to have the person who was donating the Bibles donate them directly to the prison?
Sure, I suppose that could have been a way to do it.
to be clear, you still haven't read the Bible, right?
Wait, what?
You hadn't read the Bible all the way through.
I mean, I've read the Bible not all the way through, like no, but like I've read a lot of the Bible.
And you believe like even half of it to be like an evil God.
Yeah.
So why would you want these Bibles to go to the prisoners instead of some other Gnostic text?
I think there's good. There's good that can be found in religion, no matter what, and there's truth in all. And to me, at least, in all religion.
What is true?
That's a good question. You know, I guess like to me, what it feels like truth, whether or not it's objective truth, I don't know.
So it feels like there's truths in all religions, is what you mean?
Yeah.
Does it matter if there is?
It depends on how it helps people, I guess. I don't know if it helps people. I hope that people found help in it, especially in like a desperate situation, like a prison. Like I just hope that maybe God can give people comfort in that situation.
Interesting. Six, if you woke up tomorrow and you discovered that this book was a lie and that the God you had believed in didn't exist, and that, yeah, some explanation had satisfied you that your experiences were perceptive and that you had chosen to perceive the experiences had chosen to perceive them that way. Would that change the way you live your life going forward?
I don't think it really changed my life. I mean, it did change it a little bit.
Life going forward.
A little bit, but like I do.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not like a little bit. Do I'm not like.
I don't know that I have any more questions for you, Six. Kat, do you have any questions for Six?
Yeah, that was fine. Yeah. I'm okay. Wait a second.
Why?
I didn't mean to cut you off that quick, Six. I was pulling up the disconnect menu, but I went and pushed the button twice. I appreciate you being here, and I hope you keep asking questions. I really do. You did just fine, and didn't mean to cut you off quite so abruptly. Hello, Neil.
Hello
Can
there.
you get your age for TikTok TOS?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah, Neil. I
Oh.
need your age.
Yes, sir. I'll be 70 years old in 1 month.
Well, happy birthday. Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Absolutely. I've been a Zen Buddhist for about 40 years, and I've been vegan, a macrobiotic, organic vegan.
Fascinating.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't ask about your dietary habits. I just asked if you believed in a god or gods, higher power. So if you're Zen Buddhist, do you have a god?
Yeah, well, we believe that God's an inner consciousness, not an outside source.
God is an inner consciousness.
Yes, an awareness, and enlightenment. In fact, I believe that all enlightened beings...
Which Buddhist practice calls an inner being God?
Well, you go up to a hot dog vendor and you say, make me one with everything.
I didn't ask you about hot dogs either.
No, I'm talking about I'm talking about it's a joke. In other words, that's our whole idea, is that we're one with all living things, and we're part of every living thing. And the realization of consciousness is from within, and you have to earn your way. You got a
Is there a
fairy
reason?
doesn't come down
Neil,
and say, "Oh,
stop,
you're
Neil,
forgiven."
Neil. Is there a reason why you're giving a sermon when I didn't ask you a question? Like, what was the question I asked last?
Okay, well, trying to explain myself.
Which practice of Buddhism prepares sermons like this?
I don't even know any sermons. All I know is
Which
from
school
what
of
I've
Buddhism
studied.
do you follow?
All I know is from what I've experienced.
Yeah, what is the practice that you follow? You said Zen Buddhism, is that?
Well, it's meditation, and it's having an inner light and following that inner light and trying to find compassion that the world is lacking. That every single serial unaliver.
This is the preacher mode thing, right?
Well, I'm just
I asked
telling
you a
you.
little question.
Well, that's what
and you're
being a
going down
vegan is all
this
about.
whole what?
Now, I've written 2 books and 70 magazine articles.
Neil,
okay,
Neil, nobody asked you anything about your dietary habits. Why are you doing this?
because it has to do with compassion.
What is this street corner preaching, proselytizing that you're doing?
Well, I'm for over 30 years. You want to hear what I found?
Screaming over the top of people? Nobody asked you a question that you're answering right now.
Well, okay. Well, ask me what you want then.
What is the matter with you?
I don't know. Jeez.
Is this what veganism does?
Makes me stand up for all living creatures.
Hey, Neil. Hi. This is like the least Zen Buddhist thing I have ever heard happen.
Well, then that's your opinion. That's fine.
Buddhists don't proselytize.
Okay.
They don't preach.
Well, that's really good. Then good for whoever thinks that. But at least I've written a book about saving the world, trying to help people.
That's not an opinion.
Nobody asked you.
Well, it's horrible. I know I'm an evil guy, but
are you just up here to sell your book? Are you just up here to sell your book? Because nobody fucking cares.
I didn't say the name of it.
Nobody fucking cares. Stop screaming over the top of people right now. Stop this. What the fuck? Where is the Zen?
You don't want to hear the truth? That's fine.
This is like the farthest thing from Buddhism I've experienced in a very long time.
Well, I know it's horrible, but sorry. I also have a orphanage named after my book too, so I know
nobody
I'm a bad
asked
guy.
you about your book.
Shut up, Neil. Yes,
I know.
you should definitely come up, Jim.
I'm a terrible guy. I know.
What the fuck is the matter?
I know I'm horrible.
We've been trying to ask you about what you believe and why, and you're literally just screaming over the top of this weird sermon about.
I feel so guilty.
Stop! What the fuck? Why are you talking while I'm talking, Neil?
I don't know, because you guys don't listen.
Human decency. What is the matter with you?
Oh, we're the ones that don't listen.
Well, if you don't want to know the truth, that's fine.
What? How can anybody know the truth if you just walk up to people and start screaming at them in the middle of them asking you a question? What is the matter with you?
Oh, I don't know. I'm a terrible guy, okay? I feel so guilty.
This like victim weird thing you're doing is gross, and you should stop doing it.
You mean like the 100 billion animals that are unalived every year for no reason whatsoever? You mean those victims?
Yeah, just like
those
Just
victims.
like the boar my partner killed and I cooked, and we ate, and it sustained us and kept us alive.
This is just the weirdest fucking thing. That is so. If that is what a vegan, like, I know vegans that are cool people. Don't represent them that way. That's weird.
Don't represent Buddhists that way either, please. Like,
he's totally representing himself, and what a weird way to do it. Nobody in here is going to buy your book, Neil.
And Becca points out a very good point, is that you're killing vegetables.
So let's move on to something way less whatever the fuck that was.
Please tell me you just read Becca's comments, though. She said you're killing vegetables, and then she said the arms of it. That was so funny.
Wow. That was the weirdest. Okay. I'm awake now.
Yeah, so if anybody was wondering what not to do,
That's a demonstration of how not to answer
behave.
questions about what you believe. And here's an example of how to answer questions about what you believe. Hey, Jimmy, how are you doing?
Thrayle, hey Cat.
Hi.
I feel like apologizing or something.
No.
I don't think you need to. But it does make you feel a little weird and gross and icky, doesn't it? That somebody that like that is like running around saying they're a Buddhist.
I mean, maybe he is. I don't know.
I did not see any behaviors that are, in line with Buddhist teachings or values, not at least any ones that I know displayed there.
I wish I should have brought you up here, Jimmy, while he was here, but
I don't
I
know.
don't know that you would have gotten any words in.
I don't know what I could have said. That was strange.
I remember the first time I had an interaction with a former Baha'i.
Was it the former Baha'i?
Yeah.
That's
So
that's quite the.
I can understand when you expect you're about to get some kind of mirror or some kind of similar reflection, and nothing is there. And yeah. Or was there anything there, Jim? Was there anything reflected back?
Well, we didn't.
Did we get far enough to get anything?
I didn't hear much, no. But that was because he just started talking. It was like, let me show you my monkey mind. And I mean, we all have that, but that's kind of what you're supposed to work on and work with, instead of anyway. Instead of just taking it out and showing it to everyone. That was odd. It was an odd way to start there. Oops.
Maybe it's the audio. No, there's nothing wrong with your audio. I make you sit in that awkward silence and think there is. Yeah, like Dawn says, we need to feel some Zen. Something. Kat says that she's had more Zen anxiety attacks than that.
He does that to me a lot, Jim. Don't like he loves to make me sit in my in silence and make me think that nobody can hear me. It's really nice of him. I really appreciate it so much.
No, it wasn't that. It was literally my headset was turned on and I couldn't hear you guys.
Oh, that makes more sense.
Yeah. Give me a second. I'm almost there.
Well, this is a good time to remind everybody to tap the screen. We're nearly to 100K, and that's awesome. And if anybody does have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, if you're open to having your beliefs questioned, well, go ahead and request up. I'm not here to argue or debate with you. I just want to know if you can question. Well, then, what is your belief? And why do you believe it? the benefit of that belief, and what is the cost? And Becca wants to know how much Zen costs. Because, yeah, after the previous guest, we could definitely use a little Zen, whatever that means. What does Zen mean?
The quality is kind of bad because my camera kind of sucks. But I did this. This is what I've been doing tonight.
You embroidered a UFO.
And it's adorable.
That is adorable.
Mm-hmm. It looks better than it does in that picture. It just like, my camera's kind of, it's cracked and kind of shitty, but I wanted to share.
Well, thank you for sharing, Kat.
So, Zen is a branch of Mahayana Buddhism that went to China and Japan. And
I think what I meant was, what does the word mean?
Cha'an. I don't. So it comes from Chinese Chan, and yeah, I guess I don't know the etymology of it, but I do know that the meaning is sort of meant to be kind of beyond definition. So if you think you know what Zen is, it's like the Tao. If you think you know what Zen is, then you don't.
Interesting. So it's elusive mystery of something that means something to someone, somewhere, someone.
My understanding is that it's a little like the concept of emptiness, which is experienced but not definable.
We do have a new guest joining us. Maybe their experience is definable. Their name is definitely one I don't want to say. Stu, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm sorry. No, that's enjoyable that you didn't want to say my name. I'm sorry. No, I'm 35. So I'd, I've got a lot of beliefs.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power or anything like that?
Oh, for sure.
And which god do you believe in?
Which god?
What is it you call God? Is it a god from a scripture?
Okay, so if it's a god from a scripture, I would have to say.
I asked if it was.
Oh no! That's why I'm rejecting, because I don't necessarily believe in scripture, because I know that I myself can write anything, and I'd love to believe that the prophets supposedly wrote down as much as they could. The Muhammad, Peter, Paul, the supposed Isaiah, that caught supposedly like firsthand experiences of what we now call our historic beliefs in their preachings. If that makes sense. And it's, I don't know. It's just, it's one of those things where.
So, Stu, stop. What was the question I asked you?
My belief?
Is the God you believe in something from a scripture? You started talking about prophets. I said, what do you mean? You started talking about biblical prophets.
Well,
do you
yeah.
believe the Bible?
So I'd have to say.
Do you believe the Bible?
Somewhat, yes.
Somewhat, yes. What do you mean by somewhat?
I believe that the prophets that built the categorical texts believed saw.
You believe people believed what they saw.
Right, because I just...
Stu, I didn't ask you what other people believe. I'm asking if you believed the Bible. So if you believe they believe what they saw, do you believe what they saw?
Yes.
So you believe in the Bible?
I believe that historically they saw something that they couldn't
Holy
explain.
fuck. Let's try a direct question. Have you read the Bible from beginning to end?
Almost.
Almost. Do you believe the stories within it to be true and literal?
Not categorically, no.
Sure. Are there certain stories that are metaphors, parables?
Always. For sure.
Are there stories that are true?
I would think that they believe that they were true.
Do you believe that they are true?
I believe in the human experience, and I
Right.
don't know what they were on at the time of their beliefs.
I see. Do you believe there is a God that created all and wants us to believe in it?
No.
Do you believe there's anything like a God?
Yes.
What is it that you believe is like a God?
Interesting. I would say that it's unexplainable because we are unexplainable.
So you believe that something unexplainable is unexplainable?
I think
Why would you
that,
say it's anything like a God then? If it's just what is unexplainable?
well, I guess we'll define human as explainable, and the existential
What?
well,
What
no,
what are you
actually,
even
okay,
saying
so
at this
here,
point?
I've been really defining this.
Okay, you've
No,
been really defining what?
I've been defining this like imperatively to show that there is a randomness to our existence, and the randomness only shows that there is something behind it because there is a plan, but I don't necessarily know that there is a God. I think that there is a collective.
There's a collective that makes a plan behind the randomness. What does that even mean?
Because
A collective of
in textual experience,
Stop, Stu. What is the collective of?
the collective is our minds, just like AI. I could arguably say that AI is
Arguably say
legion.
what? Legion. What is legion?
Legion, collective mimic of creation.
Stu. It's
So
just the remnants.
I honestly, I wish I was insurance for a minute, but I just ran out.
I don't think I have any questions for Stu.
So you agree, or?
No, I think you're making it up as you go along. It's not a belief worth questioning. It's just a mind fart happening in front of me.
Okay.
Maybe Jackdaw will be more charitable and he might have a question for you. Good morning, Jackdaw.
How are you?
We're farting along, apparently.
I guess I can try. I don't know that I have anything that's going to be productive.
I don't think he has anything productive.
So, Stu, you roundaboutly, you believe in some kind of collective conscious experience because of your belief in the Bible, but you believe the Bible because they believed what they experienced. Is that what you're trying to say?
Somewhat correct. Yeah, for sure.
Okay. Why do you believe that?
Because I think that anybody could write something down while they're taking shrooms and say that it was a biblical or religious experience.
Okay. Um, why would, I guess what's being asked when I ask, do you believe, or what Thrayle was asking, do you believe what was written by these people to be an account, a true account of things that actually occurred?
So, no, but I
Okay.
do believe that there was a man
Okay.
that came across as crazy and
Okay.
ideological in his own definition, and the positions of power saw that as a threat and they executed him.
Okay.
And I don't necessarily know that that was a god, but I do believe that that was a movement driven by some sort of power other than a human existence.
You believe that was a movement driven by some kind of power than human existence. And do you believe that? And what is that power?
I would believe it's some sort of intelligence, or because it doesn't make sense to logically just assassinate someone for political nonsense.
It doesn't just make sense. Do you want to try to think on that one for a second?
Well, I guess that goes
I think you were
upon
just
my...
responding. I think you had a knee-jerk response. I don't think you actually thought that one
No,
through
you're
before you said
good.
it.
My belief and the core that I have wouldn't lead me to execute someone just because they question my beliefs.
Right, but you accept people would do such things. We have plenty of examples of it through history. Especially if it appears to be a threat to the power structure.
Personally, I've only seen 2 examples of that. I've never been militarized or physically forced to murder anyone,
But
so I
I
couldn't tell
wouldn't expect
you.
you. But you know that these are things that happen. This historically has happened. This contemporarily happened.
I have heard well, I've seen stuff, but I don't necessarily know that I believe it, but I've heard some stuff from my buddies that went overseas and are terribly damaged.
The particulars of it aren't extremely relevant here. The point being is, yes, you have a priori experience with this being a thing that happened. It's just it's trivial. Like it's not extreme to think that people would execute another person, especially if they were a threat to the status quo or the power structure that currently exists.
Unfortunately, yes.
Okay, so then why do we need to believe that it is some kind of like intelligence that orchestrated that set of affairs, as opposed to it just being a dude who said some stuff that other people didn't like, and that got him executed by the state.
Because I don't think that anybody is incapable of being forgiven.
That's not what's in contention here. The question is, why do we need to accept that there is some greater force at play? Or why do you believe that there's some greater force at play, as opposed to it just being people? What do you mean by that?
In the light that I know that myself and the people that I surround myself with would never do that. So if
it's not about whether you or the people that you surround yourself with. It's if other people, you and the people around you, aren't the people who executed Yeshua of Nazareth 2,000 years ago, right?
Because we've been given free will, of course.
I don't think you're just responding to the things that I'm saying without actually listening to what I'm saying. And you're not actually contemplating what the answer is, because that you just saying because you've been given free will wasn't responsive to what I was saying.
Maybe ask the question again then.
Yeah. You and the people around you were not the people who executed Jesus of Nazareth 2,000 years ago.
Okay. Right?
Right. So it's not really relevant as to what what you or other people around you would do. The question I'm asking is this a thing that other people...
And because I'm human, then yes, I could understand the rate or the extent that they would, well, even I would go to keep the status quo, as you said.
Okay. So I wasn't even trying to get you to say you understand why or that they did these things, just that these things happened. You know these things to have happened, right?
Oh no, I get it. Like I've been deceived.
I wasn't even trying to. Why believe a greater intelligence was responsible for that set of affairs?
Because he knows better.
What do you mean by that?
I mean that no human experience could ever copulate the understanding of why it would make us why it would drive the humanity or the human instinct to us to kill somebody just because they have a different frame of reference.
I have absolutely no idea what the fuck you just said. I'm sorry, dude.
Dude, you sound so cool in that, though.
You heard the word.
It sounds like you just took a bong rip every single word you say.
Oh, well, see, he's just trying now. All right, later. Maybe not here at all.
That was... Yeah, I heard the word copulate in there, and my brain just like short-circuited, and I'd if there was a solid through line, I don't know what it was after that point. He did say copulate. I don't think he knows what that word means.
That was either a very unfortunate guest or the possibly most genius or dumbest troll ever. I can't tell which.
Listen, if he was a troll, very well done. Very well done. I despise you still, but well done.
Ali, can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Ali, did you mean to join us?
Holy Tiger, you there? I'm sorry,
Ali
Tigre.
going once? Going twice? And returned to the comments. Well, Jack, I was trying really hard to give you one, good questioning believer to question. And you question.
Come into that. Listen, I didn't think that we would get the use of the word copulate in one of these. I think that might be the first time I've heard someone use the word copulate on TikTok.
And wrongly, too.
And just roundly wrongly.
Was he talking about the language copulating?
I have no idea. I have no idea what he was trying to say. It's always weird. I know you get this a lot, and me as well. It's always weird whenever there's a conversation with somebody and it just feels like they're either not getting it or it's not going well for them. How the first thing they do is back up and be like, "Oh yeah, well your voice is deep." It's like, thank you for your observation.
All the time. All the time.
Sounds like you just took a massive rip, man. Okay.
You missed the I think it was the vegan version of Deathless.
Oh gosh,
earlier.
Vegan Deathless. That
Was,
sounds nightmarish. I won't lie.
It was wild. Jim is up here as a warding Zen spirit to keep whatever that was away.
Did he have the intonation right? Like was how did he speak? Was it as muddled as
that was very forcefully?
Oh, okay. Well, I say Deathless is very forceful, but it's also muddled, and it's just like straight sophistry. It's like,
oh yeah, no, it was that too, but it was vegan Buddhist sophistry.
Yeah, I got you.
The words were wrong too. Like it was something was just off about it. It was like it was militant veganism masquerading as Buddhism. Mm-hmm.
That's a weird one. I'm sorry I wasn't able to question your guest better.
I have another guest we can question. He's very questionable.
Great.
He brings me something questionable every morning.
Yeah.
Or he's here to question someone else's questionability. Oh, we do actually have a new guest. Well, I think kind of new. I don't know if Philip's been here before, but Philip, I do need your age for TikTok TOS.
Yep, 45.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yeah. Yep, I have my truth of what I have gained through my life of God to be, outside time. And for me, I guess if you could picture a bunch of particles spread apart and then joining back together, he's kind of the one that does that. It's a magnetic force, I would say, but also, the space in between.
So God, So God is.
Well, as our planet like moves so fast around the universe, well, I think the universe is like round, like the Earth.
We're going somewhere else.
Galaxy,
Now,
you know.
Easy.
We're moving so fast. Particles are going so fast through the air.
Philip, easy, slow.
Philip,
take a breath.
Nobody asked you a question. I asked you a minute ago what God was. You talked about things expanding, God being the space between the expansion and everything that is expanding or something like that. I was trying to figure that part out. I was about to ask you a question, and then you started the universe. We're
Apologies.
hurtling through at 1,000,000 miles an hour, and I have no idea what you're talking about anymore. So I had just asked you what God was, or what is it you believe God is. I think I even just asked if you had a belief in a God or gods, and that started that. So can you back us up to what God is?
It would be outside time. It's the before, the after, and the time. So you have an hourglass and the sand inside. When the sand's up the top, it's the hour before. When the sand's down the bottom, it's the hour after. When the sand's traveling through it, it's the hour of. It's kind of like all three mixed into one, but also time is limitless. So, if you can think of the sand being all the particles that make up the universe.
I'm confused what we're talking about here.
It would be the magnetic force that holds it all together.
Magnetic force that holds what all together?
Well, for me.
You're very muffled, Tootski.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to hear you, Toots. Let me, for clarification's sake, this magnetic force, does it have a will or an intent?
It does what it does. The universe.
That's not what I'm asking.
Okay, so an intent, is that a human word? Yeah.
All words are human words.
If something is outside time, it doesn't even have a language. So how would I understand what its intent is?
Well, hang on. I'm not saying, do you understand what its intent is? I'm asking you in your conception of these things. Does it have an intent?
He's asking you to use your human words to answer his human question.
Because, we're all humans. We all use human language.
Yeah. It doesn't...
At least we're pretending to be for the day.
Yeah, I can use the word he as well. Intent. Something outside of time can be always
so it doesn't have
at any... Yeah.
Pretending
just so it's not a what, sorry?
An agent. It doesn't have a will or desire.
Well, you class it as an it, and I said it's everything. We are part of God. It's everything.
You described God as a he, like it's like some kind of like an agent,
title?
like a person. Well, not like you think of God as
my title for God is everything. I can't just say everything and everyone knows that I'm saying God. I didn't make the words up.
Well, that's what I'm asking. That's why I'm asking, because I don't think rocks have agency. But that's why I'm asking, do you think God has intentionality? Does it have will? Does it have want or desire? Is it efficacious?
It doesn't need to be.
It's not what doesn't need.
It's like
is it?
It's like a tree. Like what a tree is. What a tree is, and you're asking me the tree's intent to live.
No, I would ask you, does a tree have intention? Not what is not what.
It works together. It's part of a network. like moss is it's, you know, if there's a sick area in the forest, the moss will work together and trees will give nutrients and help that part of the forest.
Would someone else like to try this? Because I don't. Maybe I'm not coming across clearly.
So you're saying
Titsuki
that
needs a bite of the sandwich.
so you're saying it's an agent made of agents.
This word you keep using, agents, I don't need that.
It's a human word.
Yeah, you can say everything.
Okay, but everything doesn't, like, if everything
Word you can say
God,
beliefs. There you go. Sorry if it's complicated. You can say beliefs.
you have a God that is everything. What distinguishes it everything from God? Like, why call it God then? What is it about, you know, what's the nature about God that separates everything from it?
Okay, so everything has a sound, a resonance. You know, planets have a resonance sound. So that's it. If that, I don't know if that resonates with you.
I'm sorry. You said everything has a resonance. What do you mean by that?
What do you mean? Like the friction between particles?
Is that what you're talking about? Friction between particles?
Oh, you asked if everything has it, so I just went to the
You said everything has a
work away
resonance.
back up if you like.
I'm asking questions about what you say. So you said everything has a resonance. I'm asking what you mean. That's all.
Cool. I love questions.
Interesting.
We literally got nowhere in like.
Well, here's what we do know. We know that there's sandwiches. And if everything that is layered or can be described as such is a sandwich, and everything is layered and can be described as such, then everything is a sandwich.
Okay, now swap that word of everything with God and repeat that back to me, please.
That's the point.
But everything isn't God. Like, I'm not God. Jack Daw's not God. You're not God. So everything can't be God.
I don't know what you're talking about, Tutsuki. I'm definitely godly.
I'm Philip, made up of
God. Okay, but what is it about everything that gives it the nature of God? Why are you calling it God and not just everything?
Well, from humans' perspective, and how time works, in the 1990s or 1980s.
Are you not human?
I'm just saying, if you let me finish, that
my suspicions are rising.
Outside time, once again, it's you're still thinking of it as needing time. It doesn't need time. It's outside time. It's in control of time.
What's in control of time?
The sandwich.
No, momentum.
Your mentor?
Momentum.
Your moment.
Momentum.
Momentum.
As in P.
Holy crap.
It's the sandwich. Yeah, well, it's the mayonnaise.
It is 100%. This is a sandwich. This is a sandwich if I've ever heard sandwich before.
I'm trying to understand.
For me, like, a lot of people look at the universe in a different way than I do. So it's, how can I explain to me of my explanation of everything if my point of view of everything is different? It just doesn't work.
Okay, let's start with this. Can you explain to me what being outside of time means?
If you are outside of time, okay, you could be anywhere you like, right?
I don't know that.
Okay, well, it's kind of like
If I'm
It's
outside
kind
of
of
time,
like,
is it safe to assume that I'm outside of space too?
let's say, you know, teleportation on those shows, how people, they, you know, depart, you know, move. When they're moving, they're outside time.
Are they
That's
outside
kind
of
of what I
space?
mean.
Are you, when you say outside of time, are you saying you're outside of spatial dimensions as well?
Isn't that inside time?
I would consider it to be inside time. So if you're outside of space, then you can't be everywhere because you can't be in space. See how that folds back on you?
It's complicated, isn't it?
Well, it's not complicated. It's nonsensical.
It's a
Well,
certain.
if you think that honestly that you can't be in time anywhere you want whilst traveling outside time, then
Wait.
you must know
Whilst
everything about time travel.
what?
I think the problem is we don't know what you mean when you say outside of time. It's like, I know from my perspective, I know from Tuski's perspective specifically, we're looking at that like as a physics problem. We're looking at
Yeah,
how
like
like
it's
that.
something that doesn't need particles, okay?
Wait, what?
It's like it just doesn't need particles to exist.
What
It
doesn't
is
need
the actual
particles?
particle.
What is the particle? It
What do you
doesn't.
mean?
What is it? What are you talking about?
Well, they erode, don't they? They decompose.
They who?
It's
Who's
like
they? What are you talking about?
particles.
What is the subject of your sentences? Who is the it or the they
Matter.
or the what? Matter.
It's matter, yeah. So I guess you would say, yeah, it's outside matter.
Minor correction: particles do not decay.
Just transform and stuff, yeah.
No,
You know what I mean? Like life,
no,
it changes.
like elementary particles don't do that.
All right, okay.
Like an electron is an electron, will always be an electron.
Yeah, different compared to the
What?
Compared to the what? You
sorry,
traveled off into.
I'm just watching my golden retriever. There's little dogs. Sorry, there's little dogs around. My wife has a lot of dogs, so I'm kind of watching them at the same time. They're all fairly quiet at the moment, so I'm really happy, but I'm nervous that they're all gonna flare up at any time.
I'm lost. Yeah, thank you, Thrayle.
Yeah, thank you for having me. And also, yeah, that like I said, this has helped me because thinking at more of an outside matter than more of an outside time, it really helps me to understand my own
Philip.
self. Thank you very much.
I'm not sure how you've helped anybody understand anything, let alone yourself.
I don't need to help anybody.
You're
here to help me. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I don't thank you. I feel violated in some kind of
Rushed.
well, no, something else.
Thank you very much.
Well, no, some weird. If anybody has a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of answering questions about that thing that you believe, and then I don't have to put up one of these. I should have used this one. I do like this, but it's a little more focused, isn't it? Mermaids and flat Earth, Santa Claus. Oh my. Oh, not that. Not that either. See, I've got to fix the camera roll. There we go. Back to the main topic. If anybody does have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like it, well, now's the time to request on up.
That was weird. The last one was very weird.
No, seriously, what the fuck was he talking about? Was there context that I was missing?
No. It was a sandwich.
No, we really tried to get the context out of him. We just couldn't.
I mean, human words.
Yeah, I asked him a question. He's like, "You're using human words," and I was like, "Bro, those are the only words I know how to use."
I'm not going to speak Klingon.
Kapla.
Sorry, I am limited in my human wordness.
Was he expecting us to use J.R.R. Tolkien's Elvish?
I don't know. Hey, Jack Power, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
31.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
I believe in myself.
Well, this is going to be productive, so...
Okay, productive. Alright, you want productive?
I just asked if you had a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that.
There is something out there. It's called space.
Awesome. So why don't you believe in a god?
Because gods walk among us.
What is a god?
A god is a person that believes enough in themselves to do things that are unattainable.
I see. So why...
I looked at a tree today.
No, actually, you know what? I don't have any questions for you, Jack, I think.
Yeah, okay.
Maybe if anybody else has a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, you're open to having your beliefs questioned. Well, that is what I just asked for. Jack, why did you request up?
I wanted to hear what the last fella said that made you so upset and that you didn't understand.
Cool. That's all I needed to know. You're not here to talk about your beliefs. You're not here to question your beliefs. You're not here to question time. Cool.
This fella didn't make us upset. He just wasn't coherent. Oh, Jack requested right back up.
I see.
He's upset
that.
You dropped him.
Yeah, I'm not here to play to Jack's ego.
Oh, you're here to play to this Jack's ego.
I don't know about that. I don't know. Jack. I don't know now.
He said he believed in himself, and then he said a god is anyone who believes in...
Yeah. It was anyone... You're right. It was anyone who believes in themselves or something like that.
Anyone who believes in themselves enough to be able to do the unobtainable, is what he had said.
Enough to do the unobtainable.
Yeah.
I don't know. He didn't manage to obtain his box back on the panel.
You gotta believe a little harder for that.
What would be an acceptable colloquial definition for God?
I just use some kind of creator, some intelligence that like created all things.
Because like the Greek gods didn't really create all things. The things were already there.
Yeah, I would say that the Greek gods were supernatural, but like when I'm thinking of like a god, right? When I'm conceptualizing like an over deity, it has to be the creator. Otherwise, to me, I'm like, that's just a really powerful human.
That human's just got superpowers.
Essentially, I mean, like, what's the difference between Zeus and a superhuman? Belief? Belief, people like worshiping it?
Well, Zeus did convince his father to undigest his siblings.
Well, title.
I don't know.
Both sides think said title.
Yeah, it's a self-appointed title. Yeah, Zeus would have been a self-appointed title, or God for Zeus would have been a self-appointed title. And they had to drink the underwater. So yeah, you're right. Superhuman.
Superhuman.
Title. Superhuman.
distinction would be between something like a non-creating deity and a superhuman.
Like, why call it God?
Yeah, why call it God if it's not the creator? For me, like I understand like this is just gonna be how people conceptualize these things.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't like for the utility of the conversation and like how I conceptualize God. And I understand that's a very Western, of me, you know.
Yeah. So, what are your thoughts on like the demiurge? Because that's not really. I don't know if they considered it to be a god, but it does meet all the qualifications for God to you.
We were interviewing a Gnostic right before you both showed up.
Oh, God.
Gnostic right before the. Yeah. Go ahead.
How I view a demiurge.
Yeah. Like, where would you categorize it?
The demiurge is. I think it's so fucking weird. Gnosticism is so strange. The demiurge is like creates the pocket that we live in, essentially. Right? Or am I super right? Or am I kinda, yeah, right? Like a carpenter isn't actually building a house, or doesn't actually make the stuff that makes a house. They just take the stuff that's there and then make it into a house.
Right. Okay. Or in your case, a construction worker.
Yeah, an iron worker. Define it for us first, otherwise it's D&D. That's Jim. That's actually fair.
I've actually interviewed somebody before who believed in a D&D style pantheon. Like, it was sort of a piecemeal pantheon, and we even ended up describing it that way. It was because it had an overlord that was unnamed, unknown, like a dungeon master.
You didn't mean and like the actual D&D pantheon. I thought you were telling me that you meant somebody who believed in the pantheon. I thought you were telling me all.
No, it was like metaphorically, like being at the table. It was like there was an overlord above all these other gods. But then the gods they chose were like that. They were not necessarily the Forgotten Realm above all these, but like the way the original pantheon was cobbled together with appropriate mythologies.
I see. We all know Jurgil's the real true god. But anyway, I do need to hop down for a little while, so we'll see you all later.
Later, Jack. I appreciate you.
Good. We'll see you.
And I do need to make sure and thank. There's a few new names on there. Dawn, good to see you. Gabby, appreciate you. Amoria, Slippy, and Buttons. Thank you all for helping with the goal, and I appreciate each and every one of you. Goal. Both sides Inc. says there is only Zool.
Is that another D&D god? God. Masters of the Universe. Oh,
I thought
is
it was
that what
two
He-Man?
U's. Yeah, that would be He-Man. Oh, I almost forgot what time it was.
So many fans, so little questioners.
So few questioners. Well, no, we have plenty of questioners, and many of them would probably gladly jump up here. Them would probably questioners to come up, except you. I've got you here, Tootski. We have plenty to question you.
Go for it. You'll run out of questions fast. I
I
promise.
already did. That was delightful.
I
If
wish I
anybody
had.
else has a belief in a god or not, we just need somebody with a belief to come up here and be questioned. We're not here to debate you or tear you apart. Definitely not here to shame you. Just want to know what it is you believe and if you can question it. That's pretty easy. And then why? Why do you believe it? That one might be a little harder. And if we can get through those, then maybe we'll. Why? What the cost? Time travel right now. Which direction? Forward or back? I'm successfully traveling forward. I'm successfully traveling.
I'm time traveling at the rate of time. Look at us. We're time travelers. Breaking feats.
Yeah, I just did it again. It's pretty cool.
So talented.
Travel all the time.
Sometimes I even travel through space.
I try not to do that too often. I mean, the planet's doing plenty of it for us.
I heard it's good for your
All the
through
it's doing. I mean, maybe. It's a very comfortable chair, though. Nobody believes. Not a one of 75 people. Not a one of 70. Pivot for being amazing. Appreciate you, Grandpa. Good to see you. But nobody believes. Not anybody. And if they do, they're apparently either afraid of the questions or so assured that they can't even fathom questioning that belief.
Maybe if I say some unhinged stuff, it'll convince people to have the courage to come up. I believe that God is.
The shit.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's not necessarily wrong.
we actually get that belief quite often. It's usually in the shape of a sandwich, and God is everything is on the wrapper.
You know, whenever you talk about that sandwich, I think about the Little Rascals sandwich with kitty litter in it. And they're like, ooh, it's crunchy. It has texture. It's got protein.
Darkest Serenity has a good point. Deconstruction of belief can either collapse or bolster. It can. Questioning beliefs doesn't mean burgling the God. I'm not here to doesn't mean when I question them, I'm questioning them to see if you can even question. I'm even question them. And in there we find out what your belief is, what the benefit, what the cost, how it affects you, how it affects others, what it's really doing for you at the end of the day, what worth it has to you, testing it.
Belief is a doubt. I'm curious on what Moon Goddess means by belief is a doubt.
That's a common, common. I guess now if I experience it more than twice, I consider it common. I've heard people say that they think of belief, since it's not knowledge, as something that must contain doubt going. Because you're not saying you know it, you're saying, yeah, I believe. So it's hedging with doubt. Yeah, knowing is what we need. That's exactly what they meant. Yeah. That's a more concise way to say it. So
Well,
according to Moon Goddess's definition of belief, then Moon Goddess would say that they don't believe in their God, they know their God. By using a proprietary definition of belief, a sandwich, if you will.
Have we questioned Moon Goddess before?
Possibly, I don't know. They would remember better than me.
I know he works in my life. Would you like
to questioning your beliefs?
Oh, that's wonderful.
Perfect. I need to go get a new cup of coffee. But first, Moon Goddess, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Hi everyone, I'm sorry, I just woke up. I'm 28 years old.
And do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that? I'm sorry, you wouldn't use the word belief in your
I had belief in the past.
And so you say you have knowledge of a god. What god is that?
The source of all creation.
When you say the source of all creation, is this God the source of all creation? Is it scripture somewhere, or is it something else?
Yeah, there's been ancient texts about talking about one source of all ancient texts.
Can you tell me which ancient source tells you about this source of all creation? What informs your belief?
I read what are they called? The Emerald Tablets of Thoth, the Dead Sea Scrolls, the.
I'm sorry, you said you read the Emerald Tablets of Thoth.
Yeah.
You read actual Emerald Tablets.
I read the translation. Obviously, I don't know the language, but I read it. Yeah.
Are you sure?
But I have.
You read a translation and not a novelization.
Well, that's the thing that with me specifically, I was born being a channeler. So when I read things, I also receive information, whether this information is right or not.
Fascinating, and not what I was asking. That is good to know, I think, to keep in mind. But I was asking if you said that you read the Emerald Tablets of Thoth. Are those something you actually read translations of, or was this some novel written by somebody?
No. It wasn't the novel. It wasn't the novel from Aleister Crowley. It was another type of translation. It wasn't a novelist type.
So,
a novelist.
Have archaeologically found the Emerald Tablets of Thoth, and then we've translated it, and then you read those translations.
Whatever they're having on the internet, specifically from one, whatever their translation, that is what I read, specifically about the halls of Amenti and all of those type of things. But that's not the only text that I've read that points me towards one source of creation. Even the Bible, Torah or Quran, also points to one source of creation.
Okay. Well, I mean, the Torah talks about.
Points me to one.
Well, I mean, the Torah talks. When they say Lord, or.
To one.
Well, I mean, shoot, my brain is slipping.
When I refer to God, I refer to an energy source, to our refer specifically, because
Okay,
there are.
Stop for a moment there, Moon. And energy. What is energy?
You breathing right now, that's you consuming energy. You exhaling.
I'm sorry,
it's
you're not telling me what the energy is. I was asking what that is.
You breathe. I am not a scientist, so I cannot give you the formula for the energy. That's something that you can find yourself, the formula for energy. What I am
I'm just asking what, when you say energy, what that is.
Like the formula, the E equals M plus square, or whatever the formula is, that type of energy.
When you say E equals M plus square, I'm not quite sure. So just to clarify, when you say the word energy, what are you talking about? What is...
I'm not gonna understand these things because you're looking at it through the lens of words and material things. What I'm trying to explain to you is felt through the feelings, through the heart center.
Through the feelings. So
yes,
what you're saying is that you can't explain the thing that you're talking about because it is a feeling. And so the feeling is something that can't be communicated with words.
In a way, what I'm, you are a little bit correct. Yes.
If it's something
I am not able to explain it scientifically. Yes.
Sure. I wasn't asking scientifically necessarily. You used the word energy. I was asking what you meant when you used a word. That was all. I wasn't looking for scientific explanations or formulas.
It's the source. Like, this energy is the source in itself.
Source of what?
Of knowledge, of life, of creation, of everything.
Form.
Of everything.
You said knowledge and creation and life, and then you said everything. So is it just the source of everything? Is that what you're really saying?
Yeah. In a way, the energy is the source of everything.
Well, you keep using the word energy, but so far I haven't heard what that is actually doing here. What that word is doing. Source of everything. That, I mean, I can ask questions about that. But you keep saying energy, I'm not sure what
the only thing I can give you is my own experience. And for me, my own experience is the testimony and the proof that I need.
Your own experience is testimony and proof that there's a source of everything. Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
What is it that you think is the source of everything?
Wisdom and knowledge, desire to create.
Is that what you saw?
Desire to.
So wisdom, knowledge, a desire to create for everyone. This is the source, or is this what comes from the source?
That's what comes from the source.
Okay,
the source
I was asking
in
what
itself
the source actually is.
Okay, so it's the feeling. So when I'm, for example, in a channel.
Is this
in a channeling with somebody, I receive this feelings.
I'm sorry,
and
what is channeling?
Those channeling is the process of you feeling that energy and allowing that energy.
So to back up, channeling is feeling the process of energy, and again, energy was that the source of everything. Feeling the process of source. Is that what you were saying?
Yes, yes. I feel it in my own body.
So you're able to feel the process of the source of everything in your own body, in some kind of. Is that what you're able to kind of
vibrating? You yourself are vibrating right now.
But we're I don't know where vibrating came from. I'm not wiggling.
Well, that's the same thing. Like when you are experiencing the source, the creation within yourself, your body, your atoms, everything starts vibrating or oscillating.
So just to say, this is a physical feeling, not an emotion.
It comes from the emotion, but it has
so it's an emotional feeling. Is it
it's
like
both.
A happy or a sad, or is it like a
that depends on what you're channeling. It depends on what you're channeling. It's both. It's both. Two things can be
confused.
No.
Okay.
No.
So it's not
two things can be it can be confused as well. Please let me explain. I know. So two things can be possible at the same time in this universe, because that's how we agreed. Because we all agreed to it when we came here.
So stop.
You don't remember it.
Moon, stop. It's literally like every third word you say something so absolutely far from whatever we were just talking about. Stop from whatever we were just talking about. And so now you're saying that we've all chosen to be here because two things can be possible, and I have no fucking clue. Stop. I have no clue what it is.
I didn't say that's because why we're here.
Oh goodness.
That is not the reason why.
That was why. But I'm fairly certain you did say two things are possible, and
yes.
Oh, you're right. It was a thing we agreed to. I think when we all came here, and so I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about.
I'm talking about the collective memories.
Yeah, because the questions were about what a vibration is. And so I don't think you're actually following the conversation. It feels really a lot like you're just waiting for your turn to speak and then saying a whole bunch of gibberishy things that mean nothing.
Okay.
A lot of turns that mean nothing. But perhaps I'm being uncharitable, and maybe Tutski has a question that will clarify.
I don't know if it's a question that'll clarify, but I do feel like maybe I can question that approach this differently. What I got hung up initially when you came up here was that you said that you used to have belief, but now you have knowledge, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I want to start very simply. How are you defining knowledge?
So for example, this knowledge that I'm receiving is not good just for me, it's good for other people. So for example, how am I able to know things that are going on in another person's life?
Stop. How are you defining knowledge?
It's just knowledge. It's just the information that I give people.
Right. So
their memories.
Okay. I still don't know. We're just looking for a base elementary definition of the word knowledge so that we know how you're using it in context.
Collective memories from all of the dimensions, all of the other races, people, other light beings, everything collectively. That is the creation code that you guys are questioning, which is self-replicating itself to discover itself. We are all God, and we are all our own demons and our own God. You need to unlock this level of awareness in order.
I'm sorry, Moon Goddess. I think we're struggling a little bit. So let me give you an example. The way I define knowledge is justified true belief. Is that something that you can relate to?
Justifiable truth belief?
Justified true belief. So, like, let me give you something that you can relate, justify.
What do you mean by that?
Meaning, if I know something is real, it's because it is testable, it is repeatable, it is something that is objectively
So it
stands out.
becomes a knowledge at that point, not a belief.
Well, knowledge is a subsection of belief, right? So everything we know is a belief, but knowledge itself is belief that has been justified, has been proven to be
Okay,
real.
do you believe that your parents exist, or do you know that they exist?
I know that they exist.
Okay, so you don't believe in your parents. You can only believe in what you don't know.
So it's a subsection of belief. So yes, there is a belief that my parents are real, but there's also a knowledge that my parents are real because there's more to it than just. You can tell me, I know God is real. Well, that tells me, or how I understood that, you saying I know God is real is like saying, okay, well, I have met with God, I have sat with God, I can poke God, I can give him a kiss on the face. He's physically there and he physically shows me these things all the time. But what you were describing sounds more like it's all belief because none of it seems to be justified.
Well, your understanding comes from a different type of understanding of God. The way I understand God,
Well,
I
we're just
cannot
talking about
sit
knowledge.
with him and poke. I cannot sit with God and poke at him, or he cannot poke at me. There is manifestations of materialization of the matter where you can see how God is working in your life, or this source of energy working in your life.
Does this God have a name?
He does have a name. Everybody has been calling him whatever they want. Yes.
Does this God have a name that this God goes by personally?
Creation.
Creation is God's name?
That's what he likes.
So this
That's
God,
what I mean.
so this God creation is responsible for creation.
Well, that is a that is a dilemma for human minds that are not able to understand that God is both negative and positive at the same time. Whether you learn the lesson or not is on you. That's why he gave us free will.
Sure. So let's go by what you just said. God is both negative and positive. When you take a negative number and add it to a positive number, let's say of the same integer, let's say -1 plus +1, what does that equal?
0.
Okay, so then God is nothing.
No, that's where you are wrong, because nothing is still something. Even if nothing in this reality, even if 0 in this reality means something, means nothing in another dimension, in another reality, because God is everywhere, right? For him, 0 means something else.
So do we have evidence of this other physical dimension existing?
Science is just now starting to catch up with what spirituality has been saying for a long time, that all of these dimensions are happening all at once, and we are only tuning in to different versions of this dimension.
So as
of
far
all
as
of these dimensions.
As far as I'm aware, in science, like scholarly science, we do not have anything else besides like the third spatial dimension, aside from the other dimensions we assign for measurement, like the first and second. Outside of that, we can call time a fourth dimension because and stuff like that. But
correct.
Outside of that, I don't see or know of any scientific breakthrough that says that there are beings
that's
that
because
live outside of those dimensions.
Well, that's because physics puts you in a box. Outside of this reality, outside of Earth, physics does not work the way it works inside of our
really
Earth.
Quick before we address that, whatever that was, there's a poll in the upper left-hand corner. Everybody, don't forget to vote in the poll. You know, tap the screen, share the live, all that stuff. Love you guys. Oh, and also before you get going on that next thought, the things about, don't forget the, whatever she just said, because I'm sure it was important. But also I gotta make sure and thank Gabby and Fairy Dust, Shell, and Cat DeWitch for helping with the goal. Thank you so much. Go ahead, Tootski.
Yeah. So we were talking. You were saying, but physics doesn't have the capabilities. Physics doesn't have the, but it's now breaking through. You said so. In some way, apparently, physics has, or science has, reached this point where it's coming in alignment with spirituality. It sounds like you're going back, like backpedaling a little bit, just a little bit, just by saying that, well, science can't point like, well, dimensions, these spiritual whatever, but we are also coming to a point where science is meeting spirituality. Which one is it?
It can be both of them at the same.
We are.
It can be both of them at the same.
But
that's okay. I can cancel myself.
Point where
both of.
But
that's okay. I can cancel myself out. I have no problems with being the bad guy. That's okay.
I'm not trying to make you a bad guy. I'm just trying to understand.
Well, that's the thing. You're not going to be able to understand. You have to feel it. You have to allow yourself to feel it in order.
Comes through feeling?
Correct, yes. Through experience, feel it.
Are you
through experiencing, through allowing my body to feel this? Sorry, I'm smoking. Through allowing my body to experience these feelings that I'm feeling, these emotions, whatever this is, because I myself don't have a word for it, right? So whatever this is that I am feeling, that is allowing me to receive information not only for myself but for other people, that is what you are looking for. And it is not possible until you stay within the constraints of this reality, of this parameters of this world, or of this physics.
Okay, so we'll say you gained your knowledge through feeling, right? What kind of knowledge can we receive through feeling?
Whatever kind of knowledge you desire. It can be knowledge about future, knowledge about past, knowledge about present.
So if I wanted the knowledge for the cure for cancer, can I get that through feeling?
The cure for cancer already is.
That's not my question.
Yes, you can.
A certain way in order to get the cure for cancer?
No. Okay. No. So the doctor can't really do anything if he is gonna feel the cure for cancer. That's not gonna do anything for him if he doesn't have the cancer in his body. The person that has the cancer has to feel it.
Okay. Well, I'm only looking for the knowledge
for
cure for cancer.
The doctors can only be
that's just it. It's not a knowledge. It's going to be a feeling. It's not going to be something you can put into words. It's going to be something that feels.
Okay.
So the only way to get the cure for cancer is to feel the cure for cancer. So you got to have cancer.
Or you can interact with the person who has cancer and feel them.
You could probably do it that way too. Makes perfect sense, right?
I guess. So in order for me to let's take it to the next level, Moon Goddess. In order for me to get the knowledge to travel through time, I just have to feel my way in order to gain that knowledge.
Correct them. Imagine yourself in the future, and whatever your higher self is, they will forward you towards the future that is best for you, and you decide if you want to take it or not. Okay. You have to bring it back into this reality and take actions on it.
We know that humans, at the very least humans, feel false things, right? We can be scared of something that we know won't hurt us, like a spider or like I don't know, anything, right? So
we're in trouble.
We know.
I saw both sidesing up here. I'm like, we're in fucking trouble.
Oh no.
Sidesing is coming up here.
Oh, I'm smoking everything.
We don't.
Okay, that doesn't help the conversation or keep you on pace.
No, somebody asked in the comment. I wonder what she's smoking. It was a vape, but okay.
Moon Goddess, let's focus. We
she
don't.
can request back up. I just need her to
Okay.
recycle.
That's fine. I was hoping I could at least get to her with understanding that feeling couldn't be knowledge, but
You can request up, Moon Goddess. You just can't keep saying things against TOS over and over again and expect to stay on panel. You can come back.
I'm gonna give Moon Goddess the benefit of the doubt and say she wasn't in that state of mind, darkest serenity, but she did just wake up, so maybe she's just still feeling a little dreamy.
Yeah, I don't know about that. You're way more charitable than I am, and I'm usually very charitable.
I've had a nice long break of questioning.
But we've got a Dawood joining us. Did you want to join us?
Hi.
You got a lot of background noise there. It's difficult to hear you.
Hello?
Hi.
Yeah, I hear you. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, I'm in my 40s.
Mm-hmm. And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Do I have, sorry?
Yeah, it'd be a lot easier if you weren't driving while you're operating a phone and joining a TikTok live. That's fucked up. Anybody else who's not driving, go ahead and request up, but that's annoying as fuck and dangerous. Road noise and you saying, what, can't hear you. That would be annoying enough to keep you off if it wasn't also really stupid.
The background music is unhinged.
It's the perfect what the fuck music, right? Hey Shadow, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Absolutely. I am 37 years old.
Do you have a belief in a god or god's higher power or anything like that?
I personally don't. I just wanted to say I love your show and I'm a fan. And just want to send you some positive vibes if that's okay.
Appreciate you, Shadow.
And I'll go ahead and drop down, but you have a good one throughout. Go ahead and drop.
Best guest of at least the last 4 hours, right?
Most useful information.
It was. Absolutely. W Shadow Slays in the comments. Thank you, Shadow. Now we just need somebody with a belief to question that's questionable. If they can question it. I'm afraid to change the screen because I know what happens when I do. We end up right back here. And we might as well sit in it for a minute, smell it, feel it, roll around in the whatever the fuck this is. So that way when it's coming next time, we see it coming, we smell it coming. And then we still end up there. All right, let's go ahead and see if I can synchronize. See. Nope. Did it wrong. See if I... There we go. Good morning to everybody who's waking up, who's been here all night sleeping. You didn't miss much, but now if you are here, if you are here, and you do have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, we'll go ahead and request on up. I'm not looking for debates or shouting matches, just looking to see if you can question your beliefs, and if you can, well then what is that belief and why do you believe it? And then maybe we'll get to what the benefit of your belief can, what the cost is, what the real toll is. I might be. How long have I run this background? A week? I think it's been almost a week. It might be almost time for a new one.
I wouldn't blame you if you made a new one. We never really get to them, to be honest.
Well, we do. We usually do. That's the thing. I usually put questions that we're already covering. We just don't ask them in those words.
To them.
That we're already covering. How the belief affects people, what the cost or benefits are, what it's really doing for you. I used to ask more vague and open questions, and I'm wondering, not because it would be like, what is faith, or what is salvation? We didn't really get to those topics very much either. It'd usually still be what God, why do you believe? What are your beliefs doing to you? You're right, Five Blight. I mean, that's generally what we're looking for is, what is this belief? How's it affecting you? Why do you hold it? How does it affect others? Play with the word fear. I've used fear a lot in the prompts and in the questions. I think fear and comfort are the primary. Fear. I think fear. Comfort. TikTok doesn't let me go. Oh, yeah, it doesn't let me go very far back in the camera roll. Otherwise, I could look at some of the older questions we've done. Right now, it's just the last 2 weeks.
We ran out of people.
Nobody's actually questioning their beliefs unless I'm in the middle. Questioning their beliefs unless I'm in the middle of questioning someone's beliefs from the night before. All the believers just dwindle now, and I wonder why. As they wake up and drink their coffee and pray to their God, they go out and greet the day and go argue in a debate live where they can yell at someone or be yelled at. That's probably what it is. They're like, now I'm awake. Hello, Trey. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, my age is 24.
Do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
Yeah, I'm a devout Christian.
Hello,
Yeah, I'm a devout Christian.
beginning to end.
Yes, I have.
Do you believe every word of it to be beginning, every word of it to be true and divinely inspired?
I do, yes.
So you believe in a 6-day creation, Adam and Eve in a garden, global flood, all those stories?
To a extent, yes.
To a extent, what do you mean by that?
I am a old earth creationist. I believe the 6 days is a metaphorical 6 days.
A metaphorical 6 days, but in that particular order, done by that God in that
Right,
way.
yes, yes.
Is it in that order specifically, or is it in the order in the next chapter, Genesis 2, where it contradicts itself?
It does not. Genesis 1.
Sure. We can explore a little deeper. So you know the order given
Genesis
1. Given from Genesis 1, and we'll focus on the details that matter. But the plants come on the 3rd day, the animals on the 5th, and the humans, man and woman, on the 6th, right?
Right, and I believe that that is also supported by scientific discovery.
I don't know if that is supported by scientific discovery, question that, but I was focused on the order given. And then in Genesis 2, that's fascinating. And then in Genesis 2, around 5, right? And then he makes a man, and then he makes plants, and then he makes animals, and then he makes a woman. So I'm curious, if you believe that the books are true and literal, well, which order is the accurate order? Is it the order that goes with plants first, then the animals, then the humans? Or is it the one that goes a man, and then plants, animals, and then a woman?
Hold on 1 second. I have my Bible out. I'm pulling it up.
Sure, you'd start at 2:5, and I guess you'd have to go all the way to Eve. Which translation are you reading out of curiosity?
I have the New King James Version.
New King James. I'm curious how they altered the text there. Can you read the 2:5?
Field, the plant of the field was in the earth, and before any herb of the field had grown, for the Lord God had not caused it to rain grown, and till the ground. But a mist went up from the earth and watered the whole face of the ground. Had not caused it to ground. The Lord God formed a man of the dust of the ground and breathed into his not caused the ground. The Lord and man became a living being.
It's fairly close, but King James still. But I got you. He makes a man, right?
Right, but
so if
he says what? Before any plant of the field was made in the face of the earth, before any herb of the Lord of God. So we have to go back. God blessed the 7th day and sanctified it because he rested. And his word for the 7th day in the earth when they were created, in the day that the Lord God made the earth and the heavens, before any plant of the field was in the earth. So he blessed the heavens and the earth before any plants of the field and the earth, and before any herb of the field was grown.
I don't know what point you're making.
For the Lord God had not caused it to rain yet. He is saying before Genesis describes earth,
point you're making,
the waters of the sky, God had blessed this creation.
Sure. So you're saying
then,
so stop. Just to clarify, just to see if I'm understanding. You're saying that after the 7th day, now it's saying there's no plants.
No. It is saying before God had started his creation process,
that after this,
he had blessed the creation of the earth.
he had blessed it. It's all blessed.
Correct.
Okay. And then there's no plant
of the earth, there was no plant. Correct.
We're talking about back when there's no plants.
Right.
Okay, just clarifying.
Right.
Okay, just clarifying. I'm just making sure we're on the same page.
Right, yeah.
So it's saying there's no plants.
In a sense. So Genesis
just to
1.
Clarify,
yes.
Just to clarify, it's saying there's no plants, and then he makes a man when there's no plants.
Negative.
Oh, it doesn't say that.
So Genesis 1 gives you the exact details regarding the creation story, right?
Right, we've already been over that, but I'm asking you to stop. I'm asking you to look at something kind of critically here.
Okay.
So what I'm asking for you to look at is
story, right?
Something. Look at it as 2.
No.
Do you understand me?
I understand your question,
okay,
yes.
So when you read from Genesis 2:5 to where Adam's created, you see plants being made before Adam.
Yes.
Where Adam's in that just for the moment, for criticism's sake.
Well, that's not how you read the Bible.
Right. I understand. But we're reading this at the moment to just isolate this paragraph and see what this paragraph means. Right.
Okay.
So if we read it just alone, is it saying before there are plants he makes a man?
No.
It doesn't say that.
Correct, it does not say that.
Fascinating. How do you reconcile that?
So with the context, staying in Genesis 2 alone. Staying in Genesis 2 alone.
Stay out of the other context. I'm just
if we remove Genesis 1 and we stay in Genesis 2, we see God blessing the creation of the earth. And it says before, or so, if we start from 4, right? Genesis 4.
Right, we already talked about 4.
It says
he blesses. Stop for a moment. He says he blesses
Genesis
everything.
5.
I'm asking about 5 alone. 5
right.
alone.
However, Genesis 5 is a break in the middle of a sentence.
I see.
So if we take the full sentence, this is the history of the heavens and the earth when they were created, in the day that the Lord God made the earth and the heavens, before any plant of the field was in the earth, and before the herb of the field was grown. For the Lord God had not caused it to rain on the earth, and there was no man till the ground.
Mm-hmm.
And then, so it says there was no rain.
Yeah.
There was no plant because there was no rain.
It says because there's no rain and no man.
Right. There was no rain on the ground because there was no herb or no there was
you're getting a little tongue tied. Slow down.
Yeah, sorry.
And
before
to be fair,
any plant
Thrayle,
of the yes, sir.
I'm curious. Are you actually willing to question this, or are you just automatically looking for a way to argue?
Yes, sir.
So are you what I'm asking? Because
I'm willing.
I don't feel like we've even gotten to what I was asking.
I'm willing to question how beliefs in the inerrancy of Scripture. So I am just defending
so you're saying
my
the inerrancy of Scripture, but you're using a New King James translation. Why is that? Why is that?
It's just what I had right next to me.
Do you think
I believe all
translations
Scripture
are inerrant?
Correct. Yes, I do.
Certain verse or different translations from a certain spot, you would say they're both inerrant.
The initial writing of the Scripture is inerrant. Yes.
The initial writing of the Scripture? So translations can be in error.
They can change the order of things. However, there are 27,000 ancient New Testament manuscripts. that all say the exact same thing.
Right. Do you
so
speak
those
Hebrew?
things.
Trey, you're speaking
Mhm.
very condescendingly towards me, and you're not actually answering my
I'm
questions.
not being condescending. New Testament manuscripts.
Do you speak Hebrew?
Do I speak Hebrew? No, I do not.
Yes. Okay, well then maybe we can drop the level of condescension, just maybe by a few notches.
I'm not talking the Hebrew. I'm talking about the Greek.
We're speaking about the Old Testament, Trey. What language would that be written in?
Hebrew.
A few notches. Okay. So let's maybe speak the same language. Speaking English is that language right now. So you were talking about how the because the sentence before it talks about the plants, somehow that means plants come after the man or before the man instead of after, right? Even though it says before because there's no man, and then he makes the man, and then he makes the plants. But something about that sentence sticks out to you.
Right. It's the rain.
Sure. So the rain. Was it a rain or was it a mist?
Both.
And he said it had not yet rained, and then so up from the ground he put a mist.
Right.
So when he puts the mist up, is that when the plants appear?
Yes, that would be the causation.
So just to be clear, you're saying that plants appear after the mist. Where is that written?
Genesis 1.
Genesis 1 is written that... no, we're talking about Genesis 2, where between the mist and Adam do the plants appear?
So the separation of Genesis 1 from Genesis 2 is folly, because the introduction of chapters and verses was a much later thing. So separating the Bible into these chapters and verses and sectioning them off causes a misinterpretation.
But it's not actually going to address the question that I'm having here.
What's the question?
Okay, so you're saying that separating the chapters and verses is somehow folly, and that's going to make us not recognize that this is the same story, and it's always been the same story. My question is if you can see this as it starting to tell a different story, as it says that it starts with the before there were plants, there is a man, and then it makes the plants, and then it makes the animals, because the man is lonely, which we hadn't even gotten to because you're somehow unable to look past even just one scripture here, because you are unable to look outside of your own preconception, it seems. Trey, do you know what questioning your beliefs is?
Yes.
Can you do that?
Yes, I do it frequently.
Are you sure?
Yes.
What does it mean to you to question your beliefs?
Question my preconceptions. Wage them against evidence that could possibly lead to the contrary.
How do you do that if you won't question them with other
hermeneutics and proper...
Oh, I see. If it's proper hermeneutics, I see. How do you know what proper hermeneutics are?
Context of the way it was written, when it was written, how it was written, and for what purpose.
So, great, perfect. So how do you know when it was written?
Through evidentiary studies and historical...
And so through evidentiary studies and historical something or other that you're about to pull out of your ass, what is it that leads you to believe you know when Genesis 1 and 2 were written?
Through the New Testament.
I'm sorry, through the New Testament.
Correct.
Do you pull out of One Testament?
Correct.
Do you... You're definitely going to have to elaborate, since that doesn't make any sense.
was written and constantly berated by scholars of pretty much all ages. The Germans had placed this idea in the mind of a lot of their citizens that the Old Testament was written by the Jews post Christ revelation.
Trey.
Yes.
I'm not asking for whatever random, like off the wall things. Like when do you think that Genesis 1 and 2 were written? Let's try that.
It was by Moses during the Egyptian prosecution of the Jews, or the Hebrews.
By Moses during the Egyptian prosecution?
Correct.
Do you mean persecution?
Both.
Sure. So they were being prosecuted for what crime?
Being Hebrews, and Moses doing the Exodus. They were being constantly chased and harassed and enslaved during that time.
So what year was that? Like what?
6,000 BC, roughly.
6,000 BC is when the Exodus was happening?
Roughly, yes.
Where do you get that date?
Just historical evidence. I don't have my sites pulled up right now.
So just out of the tight little brown sphincter behind you?
Sure.
Trey, so you literally are just pulling numbers out of your ass?
No, I'm pulling them out of my studies. I don't have my books and sources directly in front of me. I have the Bible right in front of me. However, I can affirm through the New Testament.
Trey, stop for a moment. You haven't affirmed a damn thing, except that you don't know anything. Slippy, do you have a question for this guest?
Yeah, well, I was curious, you mentioned like hermeneutics. What other books do you study?
I have the Bible Knowledge Commentary as a good source of Bible study. There's a ton of different variations of Bible or study Bibles done by John MacArthur. There's books written through Lee Strobel, J. Warner Wallace, Nabil Qureshi, he's a good one. Mark Knoll, he's a good studier of the Bible.
Slippy.
I'm adding names to my Google.
I see.
These are I mean, so it's like
people's opinions.
Is it research or is it kind of like
it's people's opinions?
Yeah, like an op-ed.
No, it is study-driven text.
Do you differentiate between like investigative journalism and academic research?
I do. Academic research has its place in hermeneutics, but investigative journalism utilizes academic research to fuel its research.
Did you have a follow-up, Slippy?
I guess like I don't think I do.
Dudeski, if you've been listening.
Yeah, kind of. You were saying that these the evidence that has convinced you are these
What are they? Journalistic papers?
Historical research, yes.
This might be a little bit redundant. This historical research proves what? Or shows what?
It affirms the New Testament, which speaks of the Old Testament.
And what in the New Testament does it affirm?
The authority. And...
The authority?
Right.
What do you mean by the authority?
Like the historical accuracy, the authority it has to speak about those events.
Oh, that's interesting. So, if I were to say that there is a contradiction of when Jesus died within the New Testament itself, where is the authority?
I would ask what that contradiction is.
Yeah, I think in some places it says that Jesus died at noon, and in others it says that Jesus died at like 3.
So that is a Roman clock versus a Jewish clock that you're talking about. Outstanding.
Wait, what?
So you're talking about the distinction between Matthew and Luke?
What's the difference between a Jewish clock and a Roman clock?
3 hours.
Clock.
24.
And how many hours is on a Roman clock?
24.
Okay, so then where's the distinction?
The timing.
The timing. So, like, for Romans it's 12, and for Jews it's 3.
Correct.
So, like, Jews just go to bed way earlier than Romans.
If that's what you want to pull from it, yes.
Oh my god.
It's like Yahweh light savings time.
The distinction was made for the Sabbath. It was determined upon the sunrise and sunsets.
Okay. So, hold on. Whew, I got to compose myself.
Who was using the Jewish clock? Who was using the Roman clock?
What's that?
Which gospel was using a Jewish clock, and which one was using a Roman
Matthew clock? Is using a Jewish clock. Luke is using a Roman clock. Or time frame. Matthew was written to the Hebrew people, they did. Luke was a Gentile gospel written to the Gentiles based on the authority that was above them. It was a gospel appealing to that
was an
kind of
eyewitness?
thing. Huh?
Which of them was an eyewitness to
Matthew. Compilation of eyewitness accounts.
How do you know that?
Because he states it in the beginning of his gospel.
So you said that the Jewish clock is only 3 hours?
Roughly, yes.
Okay, because I misspoke. Jesus died in Mark at 9 a.m. and John, he dies around 3 p.m. So...
Damn, not even Matthew and Luke.
Ooh.
It's almost like he's making shit up.
Matthew and Luke have most of those distinctions. I drew that conclusion from that. Let me see. You said Mark what?
Mark, John 19:14 says that Jesus died around 3 p.m.
11:15 to 21?
15:25.
15. Oh, 15:25. Okay. 15. Now, it was at the 3rd hour.
Which corresponds to about 9 a.m.
And they crucified him. It was the 3rd hour. And then John says what? Or which passage in John?
Yeah, John 19:14 mentions Pilate, or Jesus was before Pilate at the 6th hour, which approximately noon Jewish time. And then the discrepancy is that he died at 3 p.m. So it would have been about 3 hours after facing Pilate.
Behold your king, and they delivered him to be crucified. And he, bearing his cross, went out to the place, crucified him, and 2 others. It doesn't actually say what time Jesus was crucified.
And the 6th hour would refer
He was
to...
delivered to Pontius Pilate.
Yeah, so the discrepancy could be reconciled by understanding that the Jewish day began at 6 a.m. and the 6th hour would refer to the time from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Therefore, Jesus was crucified p.m.
So the 3rd hour.
No, he was crucified at 9 a.m. In the Mark, it says that he dies at 9 a.m.
In Mark 25, 3rd hour, they crucified him.
Yeah, that would be a contradiction to crucifying at 9.
So
It's the 3rd hour, 9 a.m.
If it says that he died
It's
at
the 3rd hour, 9 a.m. It's a straightforward question God is
well,
asking.
from what
I'm
he
asking it to
just
say,
presented,
hang on, Trey. Is the 3rd hour 9 a.m.?
No.
Thank you.
So if he just said that it is common knowledge to think that he died at 3 a.m.
3 p.m.
3 p.m., sorry. And Mark is saying that he was crucified at the 3rd hour. That actually would coincide perfectly.
I don't
because Mark doesn't say his death time. Neither does John. And in John, it doesn't say he died at 3 at 6. So that correlation has no discrepancy at all.
What?
What?
If you're delivered to something, if you go to work at 6 and do something at 3, and I say, well, that thing happened at 3. And then you say, well, I went to work at 6.
If in John he was sentenced at the 6th hour, that's interpreted as noon, right?
Okay.
In Mark, he was crucified at 9 a.m. And we can agree that Jesus spent
some time.
He spent a little time on the cross.
Let's say 3 hours. Right? If you want this to coincide with Mark, it would have been about 3 hours. So Jesus would have had to have died, if he was crucified at 9 a.m., he would have had to have died around noon. In John, it's saying that he was crucified around noon and died around 3 p.m.
It doesn't say anything about Jesus' death being timed.
Are going to coincide. We can say that he does die within 3 hours of being crucified.
According to Mark, if you take the times, it's 6.
Mark states he's crucified around 9 a.m.
It says he was crucified at 3, right?
No.
Yes.
On the 3rd hour, which corresponds to 9 a.m.
So if we just okay, that's 6 hours difference.
No. Oh my God.
The 3rd hour versus the 9th hour.
We might need to back up on the math there, Trey. And also,
the 9th hour is 2 to 3.
Okay, so what does Mark 15:33 say?
Mark 15:33.
Mark 15:33.
Mark or Matt?
Matthew uses Jewish time.
From the 6th hour until the 9th hour, darkness came over the land.
And Jesus was still alive.
That's roughly noon to 3 o'clock.
How is it noon to 3 o'clock if it's 6 hours past?
If that's the Jewish time, that's how it works.
Every half hour is an hour?
The 6th hour would be noon.
Yeah.
The 6th hour would
6
be
hours
noon.
noon. 9th hour is 3. That's how it works.
If the third hour is 9, the 6th hour has to be noon. That's just how math works.
Okay, and the 9th hour is 3, if we go on that logic. And then John says what?
You don't know the Jewish time.
He died at 3?
John states he died on the 6th hour, which is noon.
So where does it say that? John 19:14 says, is a preparation day, and about the 6th hour he said to the Jews, behold your king. He's still very much alive. He actually speaks after that. And John 19:26 and 27 and 28. And 30.
One second.
All good.
Are we reading the Bible, Tutski?
We are reading the Bible.
Oh, goodness.
I know. You see how much less talking there is when people are actually reading?
Yeah. Well, I guess I'll up the screen and share the live. Thank you guys for 140,000 likes. You guys are amazing. Appreciate all of you so much. Also, if you do have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, and you're actually capable of questioning your belief, unlike this guest, go ahead and request on up.
I don't know, maybe this has been asked of Trey, but Trey, is there any would cause you to scrutinize it that would cause you to question it more?
Yes. Not a contradiction, but a difference in ideas. And it is the Romans Pauline depiction of salvation, where Paul uses Abraham as an example of faith-only salvation versus the, I think it's Jude description of, or faith.
So your only real hang up is faith over works or works over faith?
Correct.
That's the only thing in the entire book that seems at all contradictory.
Okay.
It's the only thing you question.
Right.
So
I see.
From John...
Yeah, he doesn't question any of his other beliefs. Go ahead, Tutski.
From John 14 to 33, it's all under the same hour. If you read 27, it's still stating that from that hour, which is the 6th hour, which is stated in John 14,
He's dying at noon.
John 14, what?
14:33. Or I'm sorry, it's John reference to the 6th hour. That would have been noon.
14:33.
So everything that happens from John 19:14 to John 19:33 is under the same hour.
So John 14:31. There is no John 14:33.
John 19:14 through 33.
Oh, 19. Oh, my fault. 14 through 33. So 33 says, but when they came to Jesus and saw that he was already dead, so when Jesus received the sour wine, he said, it is 14. Now it's the preparation day of the Passover, and about the 6th hour, he said to the Jews, behold your king. And they cried out, away with him, crucify him. Pilate said, shall I crucify your king? Then they delivered him to be crucified. Then they took Jesus and led him away.
So
and he, bearing the cross, went out to a place called the place of the skull, which is called Golgotha, where they crucified him, and 2 others with him, one on either side. Now Pilate wrote a title and put it on a cross. It was Henry. Then many Jews read this title, got upset.
You can just in the hour.
I thirst. It is finished. I don't see what you're talking
in
about.
27. In 27, it demarks the hour that was mentioned before, which is the 6th hour. It says
in 27, it says, then he said to the disciple, behold your mother.
And from that hour, that disciple took her unto his own. You jump down to 33.
Well,
but when they came to Jesus, he was dead already. 33 has no relation to
20
that
interpretation of 27. It says from that hour the disciple took her to his own home. That just means from that point,
from that hour, which is demarking the hour mentioned ahead. Unless this person had no idea how to write a story, there's no other hour to relate to.
It just means from that time. From the time Jesus said, behold your mother, that guy said...
So you're just purposely misinterpreting it?
No, that's the proper interpretation.
How is that
what the proper interpretation is?
It's saying from the 6th hour. The detail was from the 6th hour. He's marking the 6th hour, then denotes the 6th hour in 27.
Inerrant. Whatever interpretation is inerrant is the proper interpretation. Am I wrong, Trey?
Well, to a certain worldview, yes. However,
I meant to you. I'm trying to.
I'm just saying that reading of the text is not out of the book of John or this chapter in particular.
How do you know what is proper?
Because it has been studied for 2,000 years and debated and talked about for 2,000 years. And
right, so I'm asking, how do you know which? If it's debated for 2,000 years, is there an answer that's come in those 2,000 years?
There's been multiple councils that have denoted it and multiple theologians that have studied it.
It's the incorrect interpretation.
The one that relies on scripture as its reference.
If it was a different hour...
Tutski was relying on scripture as a reference. His interpretation was relying on scripture as reference. That's
right.
Exactly
you have to take into account a lot of things. The writing style of the person, the context audience that was intended, the people that were receiving it, like all of these things.
Okay. And you think you do that in every interpretation to end up with an inerrant one?
Right.
That's what I was just making sure. You think that you do exactly that in every case of Scripture, every potential error or contradiction, you use that. If you didn't end up at inerrancy, if you did apply that standard and you didn't end up at inerrancy, what would that mean for the text?
It would debase its authority.
And you feel that you've done that with every contradiction that you've ever been presented or encountered?
Right. I've done a very deep study. I study them to find that, because when someone presents a contradiction, it does kind of scare me.
Yeah, when we were talking about Genesis 1 and 2 earlier, and you got hung up on the plant part and the sentence there, we didn't get to what I think might be a more glaring contradiction in that same area, and I'm curious, what is it you do with Genesis 2:18-19, where it says that it is not good for man to be alone, and then he makes the animals?
He does?
No, 2:18.
Right. He makes Eve.
Man to be alone. No, it says in 19, and so from the ground he makes the animals.
Out of the ground, the Lord God formed every beast of the field and every bird of the air, and brought them to Adam to see what he would call them. Whatever Adam called each living creature, that was its name. Adam gave names to all the cattle, to the birds comparable to him, and the Lord God caused deep sleep. And he slept, and he took one of his ribs.
Just stop for a second, Trey. We know what happens next. So you just read past it like it wasn't there, and I think you even changed some words.
No.
Yeah, so go back to where it says, and from them, there was no helper. How was your translation put that?
And the Lord God said, "It is not good that a man should be alone. I will make him a helper comparable to him."
Comparable to him, where's that?
Genesis 2:18.
Comparable to him.
In the NKJV, that's what it is.
Strange. And then from out of the ground he makes the animals. And Adam names the animals. And then it says from the animals a helper was not found, right?
There was not found a helper comparable to him.
There was not found a helper comparable. So God said all the animals after Adam has been alone. But in Genesis 1, Adam comes after the animals.
Man comes after the animals, yes.
But in Genesis 2, it is not good for man to be alone. I shall make him a helper comparable to him. And from out of the ground, the Lord God creates all the animals after Adam is alone. So God intended for him to find this helper from the animals that he just created. And he can't find one. And then he makes Eve.
Mm-hmm.
Is that in the same order as Genesis 1, where he makes the animals on day 5 and then makes Adam and Eve on day 6?
That's a great question, honestly.
I appreciate that, Trey. I appreciate that honest response. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a good one. Damn. I've never been asked that one. I'll have to do a good
more. If,
yeah.
This one's in a different location, and I might need some help with this one, but
okay.
Little dogs around you. Oh, maybe I cut out. I was asking if Thrayle had little dogs.
Of my cats.
Oh, okay. Never mind. Matthew 21 to 28. How does that sit with you?
Matthew, like the chapters?
Yeah.
Is that the... I gotta get to it. I don't know exactly what those are.
We lost Mateo again. We barely heard from him. Mateo.
Matthew 21.
Yeah, 21 to 28 is what I'm interested in.
Okay. 21, the triumphal entry, Jerusalem. Okay, so what about specifically 21 to 28?
Well, seems like she is coming to Jesus asking for help, and he calls her a dog. And at first, it doesn't seem like he's
sorry,
gonna help her.
what chapter?
This has to be 15 if he's talking about the dog. It'll be Matthew 15, 20.
And Jesus went out from there and I was not sent except to the lost sheep of the house of Israel. And she came up and worshipped him, saying, Lord, help me. But he answered and said, it is not good to take the children's bread and throw it to the little dogs. And she said, yes, Lord, yet even little dogs eat the crumbs which fall from the master's table. Then Jesus answered and said to her, O woman, great is your faith. Let it be to you as you desire. And her daughter was healed from that very hour.
So I think the question here, what is his judgment is on Jesus calling a woman a dog.
Yeah, does that sit right?
It is within the historical context, not abnormal. Jesus coming as a Second Temple Jew is very much a part of the Jewish culture. And when he comes, his goal is to save the people of Israel and the Gentiles alike. And Matthew, in his Hebrew writing of the gospel, is presenting this idea, and that Jesus is coming, and throughout the synoptics, pretty much all three, Jesus is, and for Matthew particularly, because Luke has the Pauline kind of interpretation. Matthew is saying, look, Jesus is saying it is not right to give this salvation or this blessing outside of this Jewish culture. And the lady demonstrates this great deal of faith, and that is why Christ says, because of your faith, you are being given this gift.
It's interesting, Trey. The woman's already showing faith by begging, pleading. His followers are pushing her away. It's interesting that you would say that that she shows great faith somehow, when the thing that really changes is that she outwits him, doesn't she?
No, because we see this kind of thing in the churches that Paul writes
her
to.
using his own metaphor against him to kind of point out an error he may have made.
No. So Herod, a Jewish government, used this same kind of tactic, and we see it in the Gospels, where Jesus is brought before Herod, and Herod demands miracles. And Jesus doesn't respond. He will not perform miracles, for you shall not test the Lord your God.
So you think, I'm sorry, you're saying that her begging is her trying to get a test of a miracle?
It can be viewed that way by encounters this kind of thing all the time.
So he doesn't know her intentions until she twists his words back at him?
No. Jesus doesn't know her intentions until she professes a true demonstration of faith.
So, but just to clarify, right?
What was the demonstration of faith, though?
It was utilizing the Jewish text and saying, is it not right for even the dogs to get the crumbs? It is utilizing...
What text is that utilizing?
Ideas from Isaiah.
From Isaiah?
Is saying, have mercy on me, O Lord, Son of David, not utilized there?
It is, and he notices that she's a Gentile. It's the same kind of thing as the woman at the well. That woman is professing this faith to Jesus, and she doesn't quite get across the point that you believe these things because you have been told these things. But showing a true demonstration of faith is seeing what Christ is revealing to you in the moment. It is accepting what Christ is presenting. Having someone come up to you and be like, oh, well, I've been told that you were the son of David. Lord, son of David, my daughter is sick, heal her. I know that saying that can garner these great miracles.
Does it describe her as begging in your...
Let me see.
Pleading, probably. I'm wondering what the change in faith is. It's really just the mention of some relationship to the old scripture here with the dog comment, but not with David.
Oh, we see that kind of thing a lot in... I can't separate these two pages. My fan blew my pages closed. Like the thief on the cross is a great example. Of Jesus lending that handout to a true profession of faith.
A true profession of faith.
Yes.
In this case, the true profession of faith is saying that even the little dogs. It's interesting. Is it possible that during this time that calling someone of this background a dog might have been viewed as sort of a slur?
I have heard that before, but I have also heard the antithesis of that saying, absolutely not, that's not the case.
The antithesis says absolutely not, that's not the case.
Right. and that is relying solely on the Greek. And it for 25. Is that the question versus the begging?
I don't know. What does it say in your translation there?
For 25, it says, she came to him and worshipped him, saying, Lord, help me.
So she's worshiping him, saying, Lord, help me. And he still needs to test her faith.
It's not a test. It is more so saying, you are coming to me saying this, because Jesus is not all-knowing at this point. He has voided his deity, limited himself, and placed himself on earth. He is a man.
Interesting.
Entirely at this
like
point.
A stretch. I wonder, Trey, is this one of those scriptures where you seek until you find inerrancy?
No. I don't think I've ever had an issue with this even before I had adopted the doctrine of inerrancy.
Do you, when you take the contradiction I mentioned earlier with the animals and Adam, if you were to take that one and look, are you going to rigorously pursue that until you find inerrancy, or will you look for some kind of scholarly consensus, or what is it you would do?
I typically look at whenever I read the Bible or come across a theological concept, like right now.
Oh, you cut out there.
Okay. Sorry, I got drawn to my Roku app for some reason. I typically look at 3 points on the topic, where it is like the topic of inerrancy, a topic of errancy, and a topic of kind of blended errancy and inerrancy, and look at the 3 different viewpoints and see which one holds the most water, and I'll go from there. I don't typically look at the sources that just align with my practice. Like recently I've been challenged with the theological concept of Calvinism. I vehemently disagree with Calvinism, but I'm going to research that topic and find why they believe that, or what they believe about it, and kind of see the evidence surrounding that topic before I make a decision.
I see. So before you make a decision to see if it fits.
I just do it before I can make a decision on what I believe is the truth.
Interesting. I don't have very many more questions for you, but I do know that at least our next guest might have 1 or 2 before we move on to a new guest. But hello, Duragon. How are you?
Good morning. I hope everybody's doing well. I'm doing okay.
I'm glad to hear that. We're doing all right here.
Everybody's doing well. I think, okay, you brought up Calvinism. Can you maybe give me like a real quick
question as an example of how he will question the errors in the Bible that, or supposed errors in the Bible that we pointed out?
Okay. Yeah,
so he's not a Calvinist.
No. I got that. I think he was saying that he was saying that he thinks there's issues with Calvinism. I was hoping maybe he could give me like a real quick crash course.
On what he thinks the errors are in Calvinism.
Well, no, on what Calvinism is.
Yeah.
On his perspective.
Right.
To like the absolute broadest extent, right? Because there's a really great acronym for it. It's TULIP. It's this theological concept that God has predestined the fate of man before the creation. It's that God has his elect people, and those people are going to be saved by his irresistible grace, and those elect are the ones that are going to be in heaven at the end of the age.
So you don't think this is the case?
I do not know.
Off the top of my head, I don't remember the exact verse, but in Jeremiah it says that I knew you before I created you in the womb. Don't you think this kind of like leads to or shows that God does know all, and whatever actions we take are predestined?
He has a hand in deciding that. Not necessarily like he is not capable. He's absolutely capable of doing that thing. I'm not limiting his forever power or his ever all-powerfulness. I'm saying that God knows what you're going to do, but he does not decide that you are going to follow him and love him. And I think that's where my big distinction between the two comes in.
Okay, I think I understand what you're saying. I'm just trying to understand how that works. So would this be something like God limiting his omniproperties for you to have some sense of free will?
No, I don't believe it is at all. I think who is going to be saved would actually be the limit of his love. So if God comes down and sacrifices himself for the salvation of the world, as described in John 3:16, for God so loved the world that he gave his only son, to then turn around and have the theology that not save, like forming them in the womb, knowing them, and then choosing, having that directive power to say, I know you, I love you, but I also am going to damn you, limits his love, versus having the free will choice to choose him. He knows whether or not you're going to choose him, but he does not direct you to choose him or not choose him.
I think I understand what you're saying. I just it doesn't necessarily make sense to me, and that's okay. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah.
It was a nice try, Durga. I saw where
Well,
you were
no, it's also I'm a little bit tired, and I kind of don't have it in me.
I got you. You'd have to ask him what a choice is eventually.
And that goes very well on this panel sometimes.
Well, sometimes it does. Yeah. In this case, it actually makes sense. But I understand where you were going. Trey, I appreciate you coming up and answering the questions you have. You've been up here for a while, so I do think we'll move on to a new guest. But
absolutely. Thank you guys for having me.
Yeah, eventually we did actually see you questioning, so if I pushed you a little hard, apologies, but I really really
No,
appreciate
it's good questioning. It's good for me to continue to grow in this. So I appreciate you guys having me and letting me spew my
presuppositional assumptions all over the place. Yeah, you did it right.
I appreciate you guys. Thank you guys. Have a great night and God bless.
I almost stopped him before the God bless. I appreciate it. Okay. Yeah. And then just a quick thank you guys for helping us hit 150,000 likes. I really appreciate all of you. If we keep tapping the screen, who knows, we might get even more people in here open to questioning their beliefs. We got a cat back. We also have a Soul who's making a lot of noise. Soul, did you mean to join us? I'm going to guess by the long delay that you might not even be anywhere near your phone. So if you did mean to join us, you can always request again. I do not know what order everyone in the queue is in, so we're just going to guess. Nope. And here's what will happen. I'll hit accept on the next name in queue, and we'll have 3 people up here all of a sudden. Because sometimes the queue ghosts just reapparate. Hello, frog enthusiast. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Hi, yeah, of course, I'm 25, born 2000.
And do you have a belief?
I myself consider myself an agnostic, and I study cultural and social anthropology, so this is something that I engage with almost on a daily basis when I'm at uni.
I see. So you consider yourself an agnostic. Does that mean that you think there's something there, you don't know what it is, or that you just don't know if there's anything there at all?
I don't believe that there is a god, be that the Christian one, the Muslim one, or fuck it, even the Greek ones, any of those. I think that the way we as people have always operated and will continue to do so forevermore is that if we don't understand something, we look for answers or even make them up in order to be less afraid of uncertainty.
So why is it that you don't believe in a god then?
I don't believe in a god, any of them, because so far all the answers that I've sought have had conclusions that we as people have reached. The only real thing that is still unclear to me is really existential questions of like, oh, where did the universe come from? Where did life originate? Those things. But I don't believe that just because we haven't reached an answer scientifically there yet means that I have to look spiritually for an answer. I'll just mute for just a second. I've got to do something else.
Mm-hmm. I didn't quite catch that last bit, but I think you said you're muting because you got to do something now.
No, I was just
I was gonna ask you, Frog, what kind of evidence or proof do you think you would expect to see if there was a god?
If there was a god, and usually conversations like these revolve around the Christian god, I would expect this god that has been characterized as this benevolent, all-loving creator, I would expect the universe in that way to then reflect that. It doesn't. In that case, either we have mischaracterized him, or he's not real.
Do you think it's possible that a god of some sort exists and it's just not any of the gods humans have thought up or described?
Do I think there might be a god that we haven't thought of or described yet. Not really.
What I just asked if it was possible.
Anything until proven otherwise can be possible.
Okay.
Frog, do you recognize the background noise?
It's the cookies.
Okay.
It is the cookies.
If you had some evidence or reason to believe that a God did exist, would you worship it just because it exists, or would you need something more?
I've always had a gripe when it came to worship, when it came to religion, because it always seemed transactional. And if you are to believe in a God, then yes, if you treat worship as something transactional, then maybe you want to worship to get whatever you get in return. But I personally don't see the appeal in any of the religions that I've looked into, both academically and just out of curiosity, of why you would worship.
Do you think it is ethical to have this kind of exchange system for this is something that literally just occurred to me as you were saying it, but is it ethical for a god to demand worship in exchange for, I don't know, whatever it is that an ethical way to do things?
No, I don't believe so. I believe that when it came to Christian religion, that the whole idea of you have to worship or you have to be baptized or whatever in order to get into heaven, that always seemed less like what they characterized him as a loving father and more as a, at best, neglectful parent.
At worst, like harmful dictator.
Kind of, yeah. I always found it interesting. In our studies, we discussed that a lot of cultures over time that created like multi-theological gods and pantheons characterized their gods as inherently flawed beings. As a well-known example, for example, the Greek gods, so our word, he was not characterized as this all-knowing great being. And I see a lot more value in that, in making, if you are to have a god and you want to worship a god, make him fucking somewhat relatable. Don't put this glorified image above him that they could never hold up.
Do you think it is more likely that gods like this could exist or did exist? Maybe don't exist anymore. I don't know how gods work, you know. But do you think this would be a more
It would be more something you cut out right after that.
Likely to exist or to have exist?
I'm not sure I caught the entirety of your question.
You're there. We hear you.
Am I? Okay.
Yeah.
It looks like I have bars, but it's not showing me the bars, so I couldn't see it. Do you think that gods like this, like more flawed, like gods I'm trying to rephrase this because I didn't really like how I phrased it a minute ago. Do you think that it is more likely that if gods did exist at any point now or at any point, that those are the types of gods that are probably more likely to exist or have existed?
I think that we've always come up with gods to explain things that we didn't understand or still don't understand. And in today's day and age, I don't think that there would be a deity that would be as human as back in older times. just because back then we did not understand a whole lot of how the natural world worked around us. So when we reached a wall in how understanding worked, we created a deity to fit those uncertainties.
Mm-hmm.
They were usually shaped like us.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah, we love to make things like us.
It's a beautiful thing about being human, the fact that, hey, we are so hella creative, we can just come up with stuff.
Nope, I had a question and it ran away.
Oh, I have one.
Good.
It's your question, actually, but I'm going to ask it.
Probably the one. You probably stole it.
You were to wake up tomorrow and there was definitive proof that a god did exist. What characteristics would this god have to have for you to worship it? It's not exactly how you ask it.
Not quite, but I like it.
If I woke up tomorrow and there was definitive proof in front of me, like, hey, this god existed, not a specific one that, yeah, if a god existed, it's like, okay, I would first want to know, what does my worship bring him? Does it just keep this god in existence, my worship? Is this like a fair, equal exchange of, hey, I worship you and therefore you get to stick around and you like protect me or something? Or is it more of a transactional thing of, yeah, if you don't worship me, I'm going to make your afterlife or whatever fucking awful.
Mm-hmm. I think what the question boils down to is, what characteristics are worthy of worship?
I think that
boils down.
I think it's something that I would consider quite close to coming as being something worth or someone worthy of worship. Canonically, that dude was rad as hell. This is very inacademically put, but he seemed like a good guy, let's put it that way. And I'm not equating him to God or the Holy Spirit in that sense, but those aspects of, hey, we are good, we are as people, we want to do kind things, we want to live together in harmony, let's not be dicks to one another. Those kind of qualities are something that I would find worthy of worship.
If you found this God that was worthy of worship, what about your life do you think would change upon beginning to worship the God, other than the routine of worship?
I consider myself somewhat of a selfish person in that regard. I don't think anything that would go too far out of my daily routines, like, for example, the whole thing of, oh, every Sunday is church time. I grew up Catholic and I fucking hated that. So anything like that would be a huge change to any daily routine, I would consider to not do. Like, no, sorry. But like, hey, let's light a candle for Vishnu, I don't know. Completely fine.
Maintenance type of worship.
I think it would need to be something that you can do while doing literally anything, as much as like, oh, let me empty the dishwasher, but I will, while doing so, think about things, be that either, hey, oh, Jesus, that noise was very loud.
Quite jarring.
Scared me. Completely lost track of where I was. I think worship doesn't need to be done in a place of honor. It can be if you want to be really intense about it. I don't think it needs to be. I think it can be as simple as thinking good thoughts before going to sleep, or thanking whoever you believe in for whatever you want to be thankful for.
Does the God have to exist for it to be meaningful?
No, not at all.
I expected that, but I felt like I wanted to ask anyway.
The host app is crashing. Hopefully the panel stays. Yeah, that doesn't help. What was that?
What was that? It's the launch.
Lovely. Nobody even noticed. I didn't have to say a word.
just says.
So the hardest hard determinist I know is also a Christian and very much believes in a God, albeit a strange iteration of it. But
yeah, it is. Yes, it does exist. I would say, in my personal opinion, from what I've seen, I guess my assumption was that most people that do believe in a Christian God, from what I've discussed, since I grew up in the church, they do not believe in free will. So I guess that's just my assumption.
Have you ever heard of Reformed theology or Calvinism?
No.
Those are Christians who hold to those theologies are definitely determinist.
Pretty hard determinist too, actually, right? Yeah.
Oh wow. Yeah, I didn't know that.
You accept that determinism is true?
So, funny enough, I don't. It's just my belief system, and from what I believe a belief system is, or having faith in something, does not mean that it is inherently true. I don't believe in any objective truths, actually, or
I actually don't.
objective
I
morality.
don't either. I get that.
Yeah.
So do you? So I don't believe in objective truths, but I also, I said I don't believe. I also don't classify very many things that I think as beliefs because of this. Well, partly because of this, but why? So it doesn't matter to you if your beliefs are true? Question mark.
No.
Why not?
Because my beliefs, I guess, are a part of that recognition, that I will never know anything.
Are you in pursuit of trying to know things?
That's one of the reasons why I had come up. I wanted to discuss because I've started to realize that, no one really has a choice in their ignorance, and I believe every human being on the planet is inherently ignorant. Because, I could choose, technically not, because I don't believe in free will, but I could say, oh, I'm going to go to college, I'm going to get a degree, I'm going to become a politician, and I'm going to fight for the rights of other people. Is that a moral failing that I have chosen not to? For me, being a human being and trying not to be some robot who's just a hard determinist all the time, seeing everything as chaos, because I wouldn't be able to live life like that. At some point, I would just end it. So I'd sort of keep it in the back of my head and allow it to come out when it so pleases, because I don't really have a choice. It's just always there.
And again, this is not a criticism. I'm just trying to understand. So, are you pursuing knowledge, or are you not?
I think knowledge is always inherently pursued, but it depends. I learn something new every day. Because technically everyone learns something new every day, something they did not know, something they did not experience, because we can't experience the same thing every single day, right? So is it that? Am I trying to pursue a degree? What type of knowledge are we discussing? Anything?
Are you in pursuit of knowledge about the natures that you will never have, like, a true and complete knowledge on the nature of reality? Is it still something you pursue, or is it something you just kind of let float in the wind?
I don't want to trauma dump, but it got bad. So if I continue to do that, I wouldn't be here.
So I've chosen, as someone who likes to follow like absurdism, going to wait until my end to then, or a couple minutes before my end, if I knew, if I had the privilege of growing old and sitting in a hospital bed and knowing, time before things are over.
Sounds terrible.
But right now, sorry, was that a complicated answer?
No, it wasn't. No, I was just thinking about like spending your last moments contemplating the true nature of reality. That sounds awful, to me, but not to you. That's fine. I
because when I did, right, and I had in the past going through my existential crisis and depression and things like that, I did. But when I do, things get bad. So what I'm saying is that, I am choosing.
No, I'm 22 years old. There will be many more existential crises. I'm sorry to tell you.
Oh no, it's a lifelong thing. Once you start,
it is.
Once you get into it, it's gonna be there for the rest of your life, and I am here. I'm dealing with it the best I can.
And that's all that any of us can do. So, so you are choosing to not be in pursuit of this knowledge because this does not serve you.
I would say I had read this one amazing book, and it had basically stated that, if we did know, would everything be as beautiful as it is? So I think that's what keeps me going. Is that
it's interesting to me that you like feel like this about it and also are hard determinists because like I find some sort of like I find that there's some whimsy in just is, right? It doesn't have to be this way, but it is this way, or it didn't have to be this way, but it is this way. And so this is my problem with hard determinism. So like those two things seem to be directly in conflict to me. And maybe they're not, maybe it just appears that way to me. But it's really interesting that like those two things coexist. It's really interesting to me that those two things coexist within you so like harmoniously, or is there conflict there?
In a way, it kind of has to. It sort of, in a way, clicked. Like, it makes sense to me. And it doesn't make sense to everyone else. But somehow,
Yeah, no, it makes perfect sense. Well, no, it doesn't make sense. The actual thing doesn't make sense to me, but the fact that it makes sense to you does make sense to me. Are you?
I came up thinking about the value of ignorance, and if any others believe that it is a moral failing to allow themselves to be ignorant, despite knowing or perhaps acknowledging that we don't have a choice in the matter anyways.
I think willful ignorance is a moral failing, yes, but not in every.
Yes, and that's what makes it it makes it complicated, but it also makes sense in that it is nuanced. It's always, determined on everything, but it's when I look at, for example, like when I look at like recent ICE detention centers, the corruption of the world, basically, it just leads to that. I'll just say that the corruption of the world, right? The evil, the kid, and thinking, I have all this stuff, right? Why am I choosing not to give it away? And if I inherently did, would I living paycheck to paycheck in order to give everything that I can give, to go to school and becoming, like I said, a politician or something, so I can work in making the world better.
So here's how far do you allow the willful ignorance to go? At what point do you no longer live in the bliss of the ignorance, right? What I mean by this is like I ran away to live in off-grid in the jungle so I didn't have to like have this in my community. Like I don't stand for these types of things. So where is the line?
I would say awareness is really important. Acknowledging the fact that it is there is what I do to
Is that enough?
Keep going, to at least, because some people are just, that's why that's the thing, is that enough to just acknowledge it and keep going despite?
If you're asking yourself,
or is it not?
If you're
that is
asking
the
questions to yourself, so if you have to ask yourself if it's enough, that probably answers the question. Because if it truly was enough, why would you ask the question?
Precisely. And then it goes back though, because then it goes back to, oh, you know, for example, programmed to mainly care for our little community, right? We are humanly designed to, you know, say like, hey, you know, we understand there's corruption everywhere else outside the world, but here I'm only caring about right now my family. Like, someone goes through the that's the thing. We don't know. All we know is what we think we know. And what we think we know is probably incorrect. But we have faith anyway. Who knows? Really?
No, genuinely. Do you think one way or another on that?
Since I don't believe in, you know, objective truths, I would say that I have faith in what we have been taught, that humans do have an innate design to want to stick to their pack.
Who taught you that's a design? Or like where did you learn that's a design?
The way it's just in my head, I would assume in school, learning about animals and how they stick to their pack. You know, a wolf isn't going to go out of their way to go to a different path to help
is a biological imperative for wait, hold on, that's a question. Is a biological imperative for survival that is a product of evolution
I would have faith that that is the case, although of course that cannot be known. I think based off of what I have seen personally, I guess, which is, again, I could be wrong, you know, that's all I know.
Do you think that there is a higher power? Faith is a word that people would generally associate with something. Well, faith would be a belief without evidence, right? And associated with some sort of religion or God or higher power. Do you want there to be some sort of higher power, even if you will remain agnostic to it since it is unknowable?
Higher power meaning something.
Well, whatever you define that as. Like,
say through this, yeah, through my human perspective, of course. But human beings could be the higher power. We don't know. See, that's the thing. We don't know.
And I the fact that I don't believe in those absolute truths. So to acknowledge and recognize and, put out to you guys as well when I'm discussing these things specifically that shower in Paris right now. Do I know that? No. But I have faith that there is based off of what I believe to be quote unquote evidence, if that makes sense.
You know what, Thrayle? I am having this moment kind of like we had earlier when we were talking about the differences in your agnosticism. There are a lot of things that I am very in line with here. And then
stark contrast.
The way, yeah, just a completely different direction. It's so fascinating to me. Sorry, I didn't mean to talk past you or talk about you like you weren't there. It's we had this conversation earlier about this. Again,
that's really interesting.
I am incredibly agnostic, but I don't ever use the word faith for anything. I don't have faith in anything. So the fact that you use it in that way is, again, it's just fascinating to me. The very stark contrasts.
I guess that's the only way to be able to have discussions without things
sure
getting so
are
complicated.
you about the existence of everything outside of the self?
I'm not. I'm not. Because we don't know what existence is.
Kat, I thought that's why you jumped in with the questions from the beginning. She's been a jar on
No, I was just trying to talk about determinism.
I know. That was the contrast. Everything else was the same shape jar. Well, similar
also,
shape jar.
People in this room were waiting for it to go terribly.
I don't know that all of them were. Maybe you were.
I
don't know. Everybody's been dancing around it real hard.
And then you're gonna call Miss up with that.
This is fascinating to me. Do you think
And it changes, but it never really changes. It sort of evolves in a different way, and yet it also stays the same, if that makes sense. Ever since I was 16, going through that.
You seem to you know a lot of the words, you know a lot of terms and the definitions, and have a very academic almost kind of way of speaking about this and um, thought process about this. Do you see any value in trying to take yourself out of the academic scope and just thinking about it as an abstract thought without all the philosophy
In a way,
jargon? and I do see a lot of value in that. I don't
So,
know if you
the jargon I use in, for example, contexts like this, but when I am just by myself, it sort of meshes together. Like, that's what language is. It's sort of,
no,
it's
I
what we
completely
have.
agree.
Yeah.
You're
So I guess
absolutely
that's
right,
how
and
I would describe it.
yeah, no, that does answer what I was asking. It was kind of just trying to gauge where you were at as far as that goes. What has this journey done for you? Like, how has this benefited you?
I would like to hope and say that it makes me feel better as a human being to know that I can acknowledge that anyone can be forgiven, I guess, in comparison to lots of people who believe, oh, people are going out, all this stuff. That in my personal opinion, because I don't believe in free will or anything like that, that no one really inherently had a choice in how they ended up, who they were, what they did, no matter how corrupt and awful. And although that most people would see that as an excuse for me, like, oh, I can do as many horrible things and it would be excused, when that's not the case. Anything that someone does that's a horrible act, it's not excused, but it's just to say that there is a reason, and that acknowledgement is to be beautiful.
So, right, so society is still not going to excuse these horrible acts, right? But does it take away the need for personal accountability?
I would say no, because that is a part of what my faith is as humanity. Like what humans are. Like we are automatically going to have that personal accountability. Unless someone was diagnosed with a certain type of disorder or a brain malfunction where they cannot process that. For those human beings that can, that's what I'm saying. So
you have been lovely. I appreciate you answering all my questions, and maybe I'll have more in a minute. I actually do. I could ask way more questions, but Hazel has a question, and I have had the floor for a long time.
No, you're okay. I have one question that I think is kind of related to what you're talking about. But so, if someone's ignorance leads to harm, what should matter more, the harm or the cause that made that ignorance unavoidable within your deterministic view?
I think both would matter equally, if that makes sense. Personally, it doesn't matter to me. Either way, it's still a part of the whole.
Is believing that ignorance is a part of determinism make it easier to have empathy for the ignorance?
In my personal experience in it, I would say yes. It leads to more forgiveness and understanding humans for what they are, understanding society for what it is, the universe for what it is. Although it is just a faith, it's what I think humans are, what I think society is, what I think the universe is. It's still something that I can control and manipulate, because again, it is just a faith, and that can change, that can be obscured in different ways, and that can grow.
Where does the faith for humanity come from?
I would say acknowledging evil for what it is, how corrupt it is, and how much it has overwhelmed me emotionally as a human being would be equal to how overwhelming love and joy and the beauty of humanity can be. And although many people, as a human being, we recognize and we see evil and we remember it more. So we'll have an amazing time in a water park as a kid, but we'll remember that one time where we scraped our knee and it was really bad, right? And that's all we'll remember. And so what clinging on to what we can't remember, clinging on to and trying to remember it is what I think is a part of it, is getting through that, is clinging on to what is good, what is beautiful, because it's hard, really freaking hard. It's hard for determinists, it's hard for everyone, I'm sure, when you acknowledge it.
How do you acknowledge good and bad if things are determined?
Because I believe morality is subjective, right? And so it will always be seen through my subjective light. My perspective will not be the same as everyone else's. So through my subjective perspective on the matter, that is all I can do, because if I didn't, I wouldn't be here anymore. And not to say that I am having any thoughts, because everyone says that whenever I have these conversations. No, it's a part of it. It's a part of the whole. And I could acknowledge that and recognize that while still choosing to live this beautiful life.
So how is society determining, like you're saying humanity is working against an evil. So how is there an objective evil without objective morality?
Oh no, yeah, I didn't mean to say that. If I did, I'm sorry. I say through my perspective, how I'm choosing to live despite there being evil is trying to acknowledge the good. Not to say that's everyone, that humanity is all trying to, go against that. I mean, in a broad example for someone that does believe in an objective, perspective on morality, sure. I'm sure they want all of humanity to go against evil. That's like the big thing, like good against bad. But that's just me trying to cope.
So I'm finding something really interesting too. Hazel, sorry, do you have another one?
No, I was gonna say, Kat, please ask questions.
Oh, okay. Well, perfect, because I have some. So I am often mistaken for a Buddhist. I'm not a Buddhist, but I do like a lot of the ideas. And one of these ideas that I talk about a lot with a Buddhist friend of mine is this concept of radical acceptance, right? Many things we do not have any control over, and these things we must accept because we don't have any control over them, right? And it almost, I'm almost hearing some kind of like like maybe not a rejection of this, but like a this, like not
an objection, not an acceptance or
you
rejection, but
can
just
do
acknowledgement. Yeah. Oh, our Wi-Fi's a little bit.
Well,
take your time, I'll be.
It sounds like determinism for you. Yeah. I think that hard determinism. Well, just tell me when you can hear me again, because there's no point in saying it 4 times.
I can hear you now. I can hear you now. It's a little cut off, but I can.
Okay. I think that to me this sounds like this is your path to radical acceptance.
Radical acceptance, like accepting everything for what it is, and choosing to live any. What is? Oh, okay. Yeah, I would say that's. Yeah, I'd say that's pretty accurate. Not even on the path. I would say that's just what it is right now, because I mean, of course there's always going to be doubts, but I feel like as a human being, unless you just turn yourself into a psychological robot, there's just no way to completely wholeheartedly accept it, because that's just how my faith is in human nature. But again, that's just my faith in human nature,
Thrayle.
Yeah.
That makes sense to me. I get that.
Faith in human nature.
That no. Hard determinism being a pathway to radical acceptance, to learning how to do or understand or practice like a radical acceptance, like me and Jim talk about all the time. We don't practice it in the hard determinism way, but like
that is the first thing, is like to, like a really hard determinism to like make it make sense to me. That makes sense to me. I don't necessarily like it. It's not my path to radical acceptance, but it does finally make sense.
It's interesting that that's what it took.
Determinism? I'm not surprised.
And radical acceptance as a path to understand it.
Well, because radical acceptance makes so much sense to me. This is something I'm like very, very aware of every day, and like try very hard to work towards and to do. And I have never had it framed like that or been able to see it in that way until right this second. I'm having a moment, you guys.
I have a couple moments like that every day. It's pretty great.
I just like feel like I get it now. Oh, okay. That's why you think this. That makes sense. I don't like it or agree with it, and it's not the way I'm going to think about it, but at least makes sense.
And you know what? That's how it should be. That is what acceptance is. that right there is just allowing it, being okay with it, trying to be okay with it, pursuing that. It's beautiful.
I understand the usefulness behind this now. There's a utility here. I see it. I understand it. Hello, Missy.
I'm at work. Give me a minute.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Of course. So this is what happens when I make people wait. They're ready when they request. They're not ready when I'm ready.
Who are we questioning? And we're talking
Well, we're
about
not really questioning. I thought it might be interesting because you were also a determinist that had a perspective on it, but I think we might have moved past it because Kat seems to have had the epiphany.
Yes, I would say that in order to be a hard determinist, you have to accept some very hard things. And so radical acceptance is inherent to hard determinism, in my view.
Do you see the hard determinism so like what I just said, do you see hard determinism as the path to radical acceptance?
I think they go hand in hand. I don't think you can be a hard determinist without the radical acceptance. Without the radical acceptance that other people are not responsible for what they do. In order to do that, you have to look at a human being that's done horrible things and say, I recognize you could not have done differently, and I'm going to treat you with empathy.
Oh, see, this is a very different kind of acceptance than what I practice, but I understand the sentiment. We get to the same place, kind of.
That's a part of it. I mean, that's a main part of it. It's not the whole of it. It's a part of the acceptance. It's not the whole of it. So, you can still like see it at that without recognizing that part of it. But inherently what radical acceptance is, from what I'm hearing, is it does include that. It does include accepting people for what they are, despite all of that, because of determinism.
Why do you need determinism to do this?
To be honest, I don't know if you would need to.
No, why do you need determinism to do this?
I think that was a part of my path. I'm sure if someone had a different circumstance where they had different thought-provoking questions in their head and that introspection, I'm sure someone somewhere would find a path in between to figure that out. But it is based off of the definitions that we hear today. It's based off the definitions that we believe to be determinism. In that perspective, yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, now that I think about it.
I can see this view maybe taking
some anger away. Like if I had this view about some things, I would probably be less angry, and I am not an angry person.
Oh,
Actually, I'm very rarely angry, but there's this one thing in particular I'm thinking about, but if I could find a way to convince myself that there is no way this person could have done anything else, and that maybe I wouldn't be so angry about it. I don't know. Maybe I still would be.
No, yeah, in my opinion at least, I am still angry. I still get angry. But I think that's because I am simply a human being with emotions that I can't control. And although I have this framework in the back of my mind, I had said before, that's not how I choose to live when I'm in the present, because acknowledging that every day would drive me crazy, and I would go mad insane and dip. Because if someone acknowledged that and kept that right there, like in the front of their head every day, I mean, if I did, I don't know what I would do, because everything would make sense, but nothing would make sense, and I just wouldn't be as human. And I feel like if I had to choose any purpose for why I'm here, it would be to simply live the human experience, which is sort of the opposite of that. So it's acknowledging the determinism, acknowledging the acceptance in the back of my head, whilst also living human emotions and experiencing anger as a front. Because how else can we live in society like that?
Well, no, like I understand that. I just mean like Thrayle, this is my critique of my worldview currently. This is the way I think about this, and the way the acceptance works for me is like I am still angry, and I am allowed that because it is this person's fault, and they did do it, and they could have done something differently.
Well, something interesting. It's in fact determined that you would be angry.
Precisely. That's a part of it. You're determined to be angry.
But I don't think that.
Oh, wow. That's interesting.
Right, but I'm not, because I don't believe that. Right? That's my whole thing here. I don't subscribe to determinism. I did. I could have found a way.
Well, now it's not.
Which is like what ideal for me. Like that's what I would like. Oh, okay.
Now it's back.
No, that's so unfortunate.
So like and okay, hold on. I'm gonna say it again. If I had this deterministic framework, then I probably could have found a way to let go of the anger, which is what would be ideal for me. Like I don't want to feel this way, but I don't know how to not feel this way, and I probably could.
We lost you. It probably could.
There's a great critique.
We lost you at the probably could. I was with you all the way.
Probably could not be angry. Anger is useless for me, and I go pretty much all anger in my life except the thing. And yeah, no, it would just I could be a better version of myself if I could let go of that.
You could be a better version of yourself if you could let go of that. And you feel like if you could accept a deterministic model, then somewhere in there that you would be able to forgive or move past the wrong that was done to you.
Maybe not forgive, maybe not forgive, but like at least reason it out enough to not be angry about it.
It's, in my perspective, hon, it's always gonna be there. It's, the anger is always there, always was there, always will be there. It's a part of that, through the deterministic perspective. And although many
Yeah, but
people
that's not what I think. So it's not that way for me in my view.
Yeah. So as someone that like looks at determinism but doesn't have that mindset and thinks, oh, if I did believe in determinism, if I did have faith in determinism and wanted to follow that, would my anger be less pungent and would it not be there as much? And from my perspective, and I'm sure maybe from Missy's perspective, it is still there and it will be there. I have yet to meet someone with this mindset who does not still feel that anger as abruptly, because it is still there as human beings. It's not in the back.
I'm not saying like not feel anger at all ever. What I'm saying is there's this one thing that I've been angry about for the better part of a year, and I have been trying to figure out how to let that go. And I think that if I could reason myself into believing that this person was in some way not accountable for this action, then maybe I could let it go. But I don't know if I can reason myself into that. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Through this perspective, it doesn't reject accountability. And I feel like
that's not what she's saying either, though.
Oh,
it's not quite what she's saying.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Yeah, it was the wording. That's my bad.
I'm hearing what you're saying, Kat. Yes, it's not that you're saying that you would reason that the person isn't accountable. It would be that you would be able to at least accept that it wouldn't have been any other way.
I understand that now.
Yes.
Thank you for that.
Because the way I think about it, it could have been another way, but it is the way that it is.
I hear that, Kat. Absolutely. I wonder if the only reason, well, I wonder if my question might be better in Discord.
Yes, please.
Absolutely. We might be coming to the end anyways here. I don't know if anybody else watching has a belief in a god or gods.
Yeah, it can be a lot, and yeah, of course, I respect that, and I hope everything ends okay for that situation, no matter what it is.
You can always reach out to me if you have any questions or if you just need to vent or something.
This is both sad and hilarious all at the same time. Like, I do recognize the humor right now.
That's good.
See, and that's all a part of these conversations, truly.
Yeah. You know what, Kat? I don't know if it could have been any other way.
Wow, Thrayle.
Me either, Thrayle.
We were all determined to be here on this panel right now talking about it.
So was Snow Angel. They just didn't even know it. Hey, Snow Angel, can I get your age for TikTok POS?
Hello.
Hi. Can I get your age?
I'm 18.
What year were you born, Snow Angel? Yeah, that was also not random at all.
Yeah, I love her. I love it. I look back and I love how it's all just laid out. It makes perfect sense, yet no sense, and it's just beautiful how the absurd universe works.
I appreciate you, your mom, for coming up and answering the questions you did. I really appreciate the conversation that you had here. And hopefully next time you come up, either we'll have more questions for you, maybe, who knows, maybe you'll have different answers, or maybe he'll even be joining in the questioning. I don't know. But if you are interested, you might want to join the Discord, because I think you'd fit in.
Oh yeah, I'd love
know
to.
that you didn't know that you were taking me on this journey, and you didn't mean to take me on this journey, and I didn't mean to go on it, but thank you for going on it with me.
Yeah, it's a part of humanity, man. It's the human decency that is not around most of the time. So I thank you as well, and you being a part of my life for the limited time. And funny enough, I did try to join the Discord the last time I was on here. It was unfortunate the link didn't work in the bio, or something like that. Yeah, if anyone would be
If it
able
doesn't
to,
work, copy and paste it to a browser. Should take you
yeah,
there.
yeah, I'll do that. But thank you, everyone. I'm gonna get going. I gotta get ready
Please
for work.
join.
I will. I will.
Appreciate you. Take care. Oh, if it doesn't work for somebody, yeah, copy it to a browser. Should work. If not, message me or one of the mods, and I'll be happy to get you a link. But you shouldn't even need to copy it to a browser. The link should work right out of the bio. I'll check it after the live. But anybody who does want to join, just make sure you read the rules when you get there, because otherwise it might look a little lonely. But if you do read them, you should find out that you're not alone. Go ahead, Kat.
This is so funny, not funny. Shout out to Jim and that podcast. But fuck. At least it's a
I
good
love that we
cry.
finally had a good conversation about determinism with Kat.
Well, she's been going on this, questioning this for a while now. Still
I'm trying to
questioning.
understand. Yeah.
I'm still questioning it, but hard determinism, I mean, Missy and your mom, I might be convinced at this point.
I'm not. But at least I understand.
Because it hasn't been about understanding the mechanics of it or why people think it is. It's been why they pursue it.
Well, yeah, it's been the
What the
utility of it. Yeah, exactly. And because I don't and it was really frustrating to me for a very long time to like that everybody seemed to be pursuing it so like dogmatically. And I couldn't find any utility in this dogmatic belief, which like is like frustrating and baffling for me, you know?
And now that you've found a utility.
And now I see the utility. I still don't think it's gonna change how I feel about it, but I do see the utility, and it has like rattled me a little bit. Maybe I will change my
Because
mind.
it's
I don't know.
personal.
Yeah, because it's really personal. Yeah.
There's also the faith piece that I think is very interesting that your mom brought up, like the faith, how it's different. What you were saying, Kat, earlier. Because I do have some faith in humanity still, unfortunately, it seems.
I see no reason to have faith in anything.
I know, right?
Also, there's somebody in the comments saying ground free will. I don't care if there's free will. I don't care if everything's determined. I just didn't see any utility in the argument. Now I do. Hey, Thrayle.
Yeah, Kat.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I'm glad that the questions you asked brought you there.
Thank you for the space. Thank you for making me better at asking questions.
I don't know that I deserve all that credit, but thank you
You
for
deserve at least quite a
asking
bit of
better
it.
and better questions.
That's what I'm in
If
pursuit
you
of
want to
always,
think,
is
Thrayle.
finding the right question.
If you want to think, Thrayle, tap the screen until we get to 200,000 likes. That would be nice.
Yeah, let's do that before he finishes the poem, you guys, because we love this place. It's our favorite. And he's pretty great too. Kind of. He's okay.
I'm all right.
He does read you guys shitty AI poetry that he doesn't proofread all the time every night, so maybe.
I did proofread this one, but I might have given it a few passes for style or grammar is concerned. We'll see. We'll see how I pull it off.
Yeah, you might have proofread this one, but only because I was having an existential crisis, and so you had time.
I mean, I plead the fifth.
This is what they do.
Okay, I might be a little late at this. Me.
Do you still have that question? You held on to that question, right?
Yes.
Okay. Because I do want to know what it was.
I don't mean to spam your chat, but you picked one of these 1 penny ones, and it's not even a penny, but the 1 coin ones, and I have to tap so much, Thrayle. It's annoying.
Well, thank you, Hazelnut, for tapping so much. And also, thank you to Claire and Just What I Heard, and Bats, and Shell, and Noctis, and Heather's Descent, and also Gabby. Thank you all so much. I appreciate you. And I appreciate all of you for being here, for being a part of this space, for asking questions, for being questioned, for trying your best to question yourself. Thank you all for being respectful to each other and to the whole. And yes, I just saw this comment on YouTube, and thank you for joining us over here on TikTok, El Caxi. You'd said that imagine you'd wanted this read out, and I was gonna get there, but I'm really glad to see you over here. Imagine growing up in a society that is virtually atheistic, not being surrounded by people who constantly talked about religion. That's what I did. The only times that you had to deal with religion was the 7 times Jehovah's Witness knocked on your door, and the very few times you went to church in your 54. That's very lucky of you, El Caxi. A lot of people didn't get that neutral of a perspective. But I'm really glad you came and joined us here.
That's so cool. Someone came from YouTube. Yay.
Yeah. Usually it's the other way around when I see people in the chat over there.
That means somebody on YouTube ran across it, which is the really exciting thing about this.
Get a few unique viewers a night over there. Quite more than a few handfuls.
Right, but a few that aren't like in here and went over like.
Well, I don't.
You know
have
what I
those
mean?
Numbers. Yeah.
Yeah.
I wish I could pay more attention to the chat over there. It's hard enough to keep the signal strong. I need to fix that. But
I know that's a kink that's gonna have to.
mm-hmm.
Somebody's gonna have to have eyes there at some point.
Oh my, says Noct. On my way. Yep, Noctis just showed up over at YouTube.
Oh, she is so on it. Hey Noctis, you're the best.
Noctis is such a good person.
You're
I love
like
her.
so dope, dude.
Well, I won't forget the question that I have for you, Kat.
Please don't.
I do see.
No, let's voodoo chicken the panel so I can go do the wordle.
Exactly. Well, you, I don't know, you might enjoy the poem, but I appreciate you, Kat. And Hazelnut, thank you.
Bye.
And Philly Red, I'm not sure if you're even still there. I know you can hear us. But thank you. And thank you all for being here. If we didn't mention it enough times, there is a Discord link in my bio, or in the Batcolyte's bio. Well, it's in the link tree there, but you take that first link in the link tree to the Discord and read the rules. And if you can agree to those, then, well, there's a whole bunch of us over there waiting, just hanging out, playing chess and talking philosophy, or just about our day. Or, well, you'll have to come see. And if you do stumble across the Venmo or the Cash App link in the link tree, well then you want to show your support that way. I appreciate everybody who does. Thank you all. I really do. I really do mean that. I don't know what else I'm forgetting to say except thank you to the mods, to the questioners, and to the sleepers, of course, and everybody else who just stuck around out of curiosity. Oh, yeah, and if you do want to raid Tiny Smas, or Tiny Science is the username after the poem, throw some bats in the chat, let them know the Batcolyte sent you. But I think all that's left. They told me doubt was a poison, a rot in the roots of the soul. But I tasted the fruit of a question, and it made something broken feel whole. They warned me that faith was a fortress, and questions would weaken the wall. But a wall that can't bear a whisper was never a strong wall at all. So I planted a seed of uncertainty in the soil they declared would go dry, and the shoots pushed up through the dogmas that had kept out the sun and the sky. I watered it daily with wonder, let it climb over the gates they had locked, for a truth that is starved of inspection is a truth that should always be knocked. If an answer collapses on contact, did it ever hold weight from the start? If a claim needs the silence of reverence, is it built for the mind or the heart? I won't bow to truths that are trembling, to beliefs that demand I obey. Let them stand in the heat of the question, or step out of truth's honest way. So here's to the crack in the pillars, to the doubts that refuse to stay still, for the house that can welcome its critics is the house that will stand on the hill. And if they say knowledge is certain, that they've mapped every why, what, and when, and why do their answers fear daylight? And why can't we ask them again? And on that note, until the next time we meet in darkness and seek wisdom together, I love you all. Take care.